Hello everyone, welcome to the Tournament Kingdom. So today we are going to be getting started with match number 4 on your bracket if you have access to a bracket at least. That match is going to be between Better Than Kreamypie's team, which a little bit of a flex given that Kreamypie's team is not in this tournament. That's going to be captained by Bisexual Lion, Mushmarrow, coming in tight behind him, Peridian up next, then Rescue Crab, then Tashi 2022. 22, pardon me. Years. And facing them is going to be the Blue Balled Boys, captained by Llama, with Alternative, Astrochemist, BBB question mark, and Wiener Boopin finishing out their team. We're going to go ahead and we are going to enable the video for everyone to view. So there you can see all of the champions have been selected and we are just waiting to get going now. We're going to be jumping into the loading screen in just 3 seconds here. The drafts, well, we'll talk about them because it's just about to flash into the loading screen here after the spectator delay, which will be 3 minutes, though I have seen it jump in faster than that before. It's going to be Milio, Darius, Malphite, Shen, and Tristana on one side against Zillion, Yone, Corky, Sejuani, and Tom Kench. On the other side, actually, with with the way the spectators laid out, we can't actually tell which team's which just yet, but we actually do have a method of learning that. If we go ahead and I can get this pulled up here. Actually, that one looks like it's for the wrong match, so let's not get that pulled up. A little bit of fun to get us started. This should be match 4. Well, we'll find out in 2 minutes anyways. The way the roles worked, the way this tournament works, is each team has a pool of 15 champions to draft from. I'll give you a sample of it regardless, even if it isn't 100% the correct sheet here. You can see these are not the champions that are getting played in this match, but each team is given a pool of 15 champions to choose from. This is a best of 3 tournament for each round. So, what that means is that on game 1, each team gets, say, blue team will get Heimerdinger Diana Misfortune pool, red team will get Nocturne Maokai Lulu pool. In game 2, those pools will be switched. So every team will be able to get to pick from their opponent's pool. Then, in a game 3, if necessary, each team gets to draft from the 30 champions that had been offered to them previously in an actual, tournament-style draft. No team can ban any champions that were listed on this, so there are functionally no bans here. You can see there's just 50 seconds before we get into game now, and then we'll head through the load screen, which is always an ordeal in itself. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I'm Thomas. It's good to be broadcasting for you today. I'm happy to be here. Well, let's talk a little bit about what interesting things could happen. It's certainly an all-in comp on one side of the map with Milio, Darius, Malphite, Shen, and Tristana. The Tristana is going to have a very good time with that amount of frontline, especially with Emilio giving her additional range. As now you can see, we are just getting loaded into the game. Still at 0% right now, but now we can actually tell which team's which. So it is going to be Llama on that Milio, as we're going to go ahead and get rid of the timeline here. Pull up the information, and we can see the starting items just getting started. You can see the pinging going out for the enemy team as Llama is scouting out which champions are going to be picked on Better Than Kreamypie's team. And now we begin. We're going to zoom out a little bit. Oh, no, now we're going to zoom out a little bit. And the items aren't really necessary right now, but you can see everyone going the expected tank items on Malphite and Jen, tank item on Sejuani and Tom Kench, and no starter items picked up so far, but here we do have our first engage of the matches. It's going to be Rescue Crab jumping in, and that's going to be Rescue Crab flashing out no summoners expended over on the Blue Bald Boys side, and just the one expended over on Better Than Kreamypie's team. So just a little bit of a level 1 skirmish there, as Malphite going to be ticking away at the farm. All the farm probably going to be funneled into Tristana here, I would imagine, on this comp. A lot of kite potential there. Doesn't look like a very fun game to be playing Darius, but with 3 frontliners, as that is another engage, and here comes Tashi 22, pardon me, with the Spirit Unbound, but that is going to be a snap back there, and now Tredo is going to have to flash out. Now the bombs come through. A bomb on top of Bisexual Lion. Now that is going to be Kreamypie's, Better Than Kreamypie's team needing to retreat, but it is going to be Tredo going down for first blood on the Malphite, heading over to Better Than Kreamypie's team. You can see the Yone claiming that. The Yone and the Corki, the 2 carries over on Better Than Kreamypie's team, as it's really the mono threat of the Tristana on the other side. Though Darius can go crazy if they're left unchecked, though you have to imagine that the Zillion is really going to be crippling the ability for the Darius to play the game, as that's some really nice crowd control put down on Tashi 22, as he is going to be able to shop now. And now we enter a little bit of a holding pattern. A lot of low health bars here, so you might see some hesitancy to engage at this moment, as there are the first health shrines of the match. You can see being picked up there by Tashi is the Scout Slingshot on top of the Cloak of Agility as well. Started with Berserker's Greaves there, always a good buy for Yone or Yasuo. They scale ridiculously well with attack speed, as it reduces their Q cooldown and grants them normal attack speed as well. That was, of course, the problem with those builds a little while ago. For example, the Stridebreaker Yone, where they were unintentionally scaling harder with attack speed than crit, which is just a really interesting conundrum to happen with the passive that Yone and Yasuo have. Now we have a little bit of Tongue Lash from the bush, a little bit of a dash in from Rescue Crab, and just a quiet disengage. You can see this is going to be very explosive at level 6, just a little poke down there from Tashi 22. As a nice double bomb from Peridian is going to land onto Astrochemist, and now the engage looks like it's going to be coming through. Here we are. Astrochemist going down, Rescue Crab going down just the same, but now Tredo traded back, and now it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Better Than Kreamypie's team. And now that's a bomb. That's going to be shifting over there, but that was a friendly fire bomb from that side, as Tashi looking very aggressive on that Yone. Very many poke opportunities there, and not a lot of instant crowd control to punish it. You do have the Shenton, but that should be enough time for a Yone to react and snap back if piloted correctly. Level 6 is now being ticked over. Crucially, that level 6 coming over on Tredo for the Malphite player here. As quick Tongue Lash from the bush, we quiet down, and we wait. You have to imagine, extended this far forward, not a lot of places to run. They're going to be looking for that Malphite engage. However, you do have the Tom Kench level 6 on the other side, which can really stymie the engages. We're in a holding pattern still. Now we're just wave clearing. We'll see if Better Than Kreamypie's team has the audacity to hit the turret in the face of a Malphite. There's a lot of scaling on both sides of the map. Of course, Corki scales into an absolute monster in the late game, and Tristana Emilio is something to be feared. A lot of mobility on that Tristana as well. Quite a bit of range advantage there, as you have to imagine Wiener Boopin on that Tristana isn't going to be able to jump in quite any time they feel like against Tom Kench, Yone, and Sejuani. And here comes the Fate Sealed. It's hitting onto 2, but it's just the tanks that are hit. Tredo, Malphite ults in, and here we are behind enemy lines. The Shen ult on top of them, but it's just a bunch of tanks hitting each other, and not a lot happened. Now, BVB question mark is going to be slowed, but it's going to walk away just the same. And that was your ults, folks. That was the engage. There's nothing left. So back to the low action game as we wait for those ults to come back up. Of course, something could happen. You could get some kind of Nice Tom Kench, Abyssal Voyage into the depths of the Blue Balled Boys. Oh, that was interesting to say. However, Tredo does step too far forward, and there's a double bomb. There's the Abyssal Voyage, but Tredo is going to get away, it looks like. But now Astrochemist is in the middle of the team, and that's actually going to be Tashi 22 going down faster. However, Astrochemist is going to go down as well to make it a 1-for-1. That kill going over to the Zillion, piloted by Peridian. So now it's going to be the Sejuani dashing on to Question Mark. That's a big Q from Question Mark, and that's a large ultimate on Rescue Crab. However, no time to talk about specifics, as that's going to be more bombs landing, and that's going to be Tashi 22 coming in hot, and that death mark is going to pop him, or the Fate Sealed, no, Fate Unbound, no, Yone abilities, anyways. Now we quiet down a little bit. Calm down, as that Milio Q is going to do quite a bit of damage, but it's going to be the Yone sealing his fate. Now the Yone's overextended a little bit too far, but they're going to take down a lot in the meantime. It does look like it's better than Kreamypie's team doing the more work here, as it's just the tanks remaining over on the Blue Ball Boys. And that's going to be another going down in the form of Tredo on that Malphite. Now, Tristana looking to put in work, but just not quite enough damage yet. We can look at the itemization on the Tristana. You see only the Collector, which is, not gonna do a ton of damage into the amount of frontline that they have over on Better Than Kreamypie's team, but it's the choice nonetheless. Interestingly enough, the Seraph's Embrace by Milio. How interesting. You know what, while we're at it, while we have this pulled up, let's look at, Soul Unbound. But what does the mark that it applies? What is that called? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Malphite hold on to 4. Malphite hold on to 4. However, the disengage does come through, and it's the Malphite actually going down first, but a lot of low health bars on Better Than Kreamypie's team. Now it's going to be the Tristana trying to pump damage into the Tahm Kench, who does survive with just a sliver of HP, and now Better Than Kreamypie's team is really, really low on health here. They are going to need to pilot this carefully, but that's going to be the Tristana bomb detonating on the turret and taking out Tashi in the process. So now it's a really favorable position for Blue Ball Boys as the Tristana's going to jump forward, but Wiener Boopin was baited by the Zillion ult, but still, it doesn't matter. The health bars are just too low, and that's a quadra kill coming through for Wiener Boopin. And that is a quadra kill coming through as well for Blue Ball Boys, as that's going to be Tashi coming back, looking for revenge for their fallen teammates, but the Soul Unbound, the Spirit Unleashed, my god, what is his ability? His E is able to claim 1 life of a champion, as now the lifesteal's starting to come through just a little bit. Actually, not a lot of lifesteal. In fact, 0 lifesteal built up on that Yone so far, which I assume is the proper build. Anyways, that's going to be a double bomb landing onto Tredo, and that Malphite is going to be going to down once again. And now, the Yone is going to snap back. Wow, they got some distance there, as that's going to be the Sejuani dashing in. And now dashing out, as Question Mark actually is going to slay Llama in a bit of friendly fire with the Zillion bomb setting off on them. Wow, that's a lot of Zillion. Oh, that's why that's a lot of Zillion damage. That's a 4, 1, and 10 Zillion with Luden's Companion completed and 2 needlessly large rods. So damage Zillion happening there, and that's going to be a Malphite ult coming in. It's going to do quite a bit, as now the troops are advancing for Blue Balled Boys, but they're fighting back. Now, not enough. The Tristana coming through. Another kill for the Tristana, a double kill, and that's going to be the Tahm Kench going back in, but Bisexual Lion, that was an ill-advised choice potentially. Let's see if he can bait them under a turret properly. He can, indeed. We're diving a Tahm Kench, and the Tahm Kench is winning, but not winning for long enough, as the Tahm Kench is going to go down. That kill going over to Astrochemist. So now it's 4 members alive against 0. Now against 1. Let's see what Peridian can do underneath the turret. He is going to get a kill, and that is going to be another kill heading over to Tashi, and Astrochemist is going to go down as well. So the pendulum swings in favor of Better Than Kreamypie's team, but that was an excellent advancement by Blue Ball Boys. Let's take a look at the itemization here, and you can see that Tristana now on 2.5 items. Now the Echoes of Helio completed on Milio. Levels being gained for that Tristana passive. Remember, more range every single level on that champion, or is it every few levels? I don't know the breakpoints. Anyways, the point is they're getting more range as the game goes longer, and in ARAM the game goes late pretty quickly. as that's going to be a little bit of an engage by Better Than Kreamypie's team, but it's just going to be a soft landing there as they do back out. That Tahm Kench and Sejuani getting very, very tanky, but you do have to question, are there enough threats on Better Than Kreamypie's team to be able to threaten that Tristana consistently, as that's a whiffed dash by Shen. However, it's going to be a 4-man Malphite ultimate. Now it's a 3-man Fate Sealed, but Tashi's in too deep, and now the backline is getting eviscerated by the Malphite and the Shen, as that is going to be Bisexual Lion, just 1v3 over there, but that's against a Tristana and a Darius, not going to win that one, and now Mushmarrow was able to survive on the back end, but now the Flash Taunt is going to catch, I believe that was a taunt flash actually, and that is going to be an ace, a double kill for Astrochemist. Really, it was the front line, the MVP in that. Tredo, a lot of deaths, but also facilitating that engage, which is really what you want to be doing on these tanks. Actually, tanks, I say. Malignants. So now that's going to be a swing in the opposite direction as Astrochemist does go down. Now Peridian, however, in trouble as Wienerpoopin is able to kite into that corner a little bit, but Tahm Kench has nothing more to say about that as he's going to lick that little Yordle into the ground. And the pendulum swings again as it does in ARAM. However, you can see really starting to take the advantage is the Blue Balled Boys. Their comp looking quite impenetrable. The question is, are Better Than Kreamypie's team going to be able to deal with that front line? Because the Tristan is a massive threat, but that's a huge Shen taunt as Tashi's low again, and that's going to be hard to navigate this team fight at that health. Here comes Tredo with the Malphite, gonna take them out. Tredo going back. Tredo just unkillable despite the fact that they have a Malignance and just a little bit of armor. As that's going to be that for now, as that's going to be a clean ace again. Barely any health bars moved on the side of the Blue Balled Boys, and it's spread across the team. No one clear MVP here, though Tristan is putting in a lot of work with those 12 kills, but one quadra kill from earlier. That's the largest kill streak that we've had so far. You could dream of a penta in this situation. But that's looking like game right now. Let's see if Better Than Kreamypie's team is going to be able to defend it. That was a great block by Astrochemist to stop the Yone getting onto the backline. As now they advance forward again. Here's some damage onto Tashi. Tashi is going to go down, as is Tredo on the other side. Bisexual Alliance surviving for now on that Tahm Kench, but not for much longer, as that is going to be another member falling. Mushmarrow is going to get Zillion ulted here. That's huge. Is he going to live though? No, he's not. And it's going to be another ace with 3 surviving. So that was, as the game ends here, 1-0 the score in favor of the Blue Balled Boys. That was a clean ace followed by a 2-for-5 team fight win. So absolute dominance here in 14 minutes by the Blue Balled Boys. You could really see it in Champ Select, honestly. The front line was looking absolutely devastating for them. The powerful front line, pardon me, mixed with the Enchanter support and the Hyper Carry as well. So, nicely played. You see the post-game damage screen there. 29,998. Just 2 damage short of the 30,000 marker for the Tristana for Wienerpoopin. An absolute dream of a game for them. Now we head into game 2. And you see we're setting up the next game. You see we're in lobby. And for competitive integrity, we do need to hide a little bit of this from everyone, so we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna put up a be right back message, even though we're not being right back as we're in lobby. Once we're actually into champion select, that's where, you know, it really needs to be hidden, because you can see the flashing champions being showed on each side of the draft as they're being drafted. Ah, that reminds me, I do need to get into spectate here. Silly caster. So this is game 2 now. So the drafts will swap, and yet again, we're going to get a matchup between Better Than Kreamypie's team and Blue Balled Boys. We're going to go into just a little bit of like a probably 2 to 3 minute break here, And we'll fire up a little bit of champion music. And I will see you all on the other side of this very, very, very brief break. Okay, so we should be able to show this now. You can see there. The champions have been locked in. And this time we can actually see names. If we're going to be honest about it, could have probably seen names last time too. I just didn't notice it. What are you going to do, right? So, on one side, we have Better Than Kreamypie's team, who have selected Darius. They've taken the Tristana this time, and the Shen as well. Those will actually be the only repeats on that side of the map from the previous match. You're going to have Bisexual Lion on the Diana, Mushmarrow on the Zoe, and Peridian on the Shen, and that was also Rescue Crab on the Darius. I don't know if I actually said his name there, but, you know, we have 2 minutes to burn, so we could talk through this a little bit. On the other side, we don't have names. So, but you'll see them in game. You know, it's going to be Swain, Scion, Aphelios, Jarvan, and Brand. That is kind of a disgusting team comp, actually. It's going to be a lot of engage, and it's going to be a lot of frontline for the Aphelios and Brand. That, of course, is going to be Blue Ball Boys over on that side. Same 2 teams from the last game that we played. This is game 2 of a best of 3. I think it's worth mentioning here again in case anyone missed it. The format, Game 1, each team is given 15 champions to draft from. Game 2, those 15 champions are swapped between the teams. If we get to a Game 3, it's going to be a draft style with all 30 champions available. And in about, I say 1 minute, but usually the spectator delay ends at about 30 seconds, so it's more like 30 seconds until we get into the match. Isn't that exciting, everyone? Oh boy, I'm thrilled for it! Yeah, that's, I think that might be Mickey Mouse. Anyways, the Zoe poke could be really nasty in ARAM. I believe she has ARAM buffs, which are effective on this map. Brand, speaking of champions with ARAM buffs and nerfs, a lot of ARAM nerfs on Brand, a lot on Swain as well, and a lot on Sion. However, all three of those champions are very powerful on the map nonetheless. So this will be interesting to see how it goes. There's a lot of tanking and drain tanking going on the side of the Blue Balled boys, which is going to need to be punched through, and it's going to be bursted through quickly if possible. The Swain and Tristana matchup is interesting, as you see a black screen for a moment. We're going to hope that resolves quickly. It should. You see that there we go. It's resolving. We're good. So, we didn't get the names of the people piloting the champions on the other side of the map for Blue Balled boys. It is going to be BBB ? Piloting the Swain. It's going to be Llama on the High Noon Sion, Astrochemist on the Spirit Blossom Aphelios, BBB Tretto on Pool Party Jarvan the 4th, and Wiener Booping on Debonair Brand. I have a little bit of a qualm with that Brand skin. I'm something of a Brand player myself. Not a good one. I'm something of a Brand player myself, though, and I have to say, I don't know, something about hot Brand just doesn't do it for me, The man wants to burn down the world. I don't want to be distracted by him being sexy. We don't want that here. At least I don't, but, to each their own. As now we're going to do a little bit zooming out as we are getting into the map now. And we're going to be following Wiener Boopin as he blasts through that Hex Gate. And the Sion Q isn't quite going to catch anyone. Nice Swain W behind. That's a really nice little piece of tech there. Catches people between a rock and a hard place. You later a Jarvan flag and drag on top of that, and it can be disgusting, as that is going to be a pull by Rescue Crab, and that's going to be a taunted Llama, who is going to Q backwards there. However, Drowsy, not going to be doing anything with that passive today, but you have to get the feeling that we're going to be seeing a lot of passive on that Sion, as Sions tend to do. You can see, actually, ARAM balance changes. Yeah, 10% increased damage taken, 90% damage dealt, and minus 10% ability haste on that Sion. A lot of ARAM nerfs, but here's Rescue Crab going a little bit too deep, maybe, but BBB Tretto is not going to get out. Oh, is not going to get out as the Darius bleed finishes them off. That is 2-0 in favor of Better Than Kreamypie's team so far, but you have to expect that a Jarvan and a Sion are going to be taking a lot of deaths. That doesn't necessarily mean losing the game, as Sion does indeed have that revenge passive. Could do a lot of work in team fights, though with the tank build not quite as much. So I really do, I think that they've nerfed the AD Sion shenanigans quite a bit over the last few years. That's going to be a taunt by Peridian going into the middle of things, but the Brand passive doing a lot of damage and is going to splash his teammates with that on his way down into the grave. Now it's going to be Rescue Crab going down as well. Another kill to the Brand, as that's going to be Bisexual Lion going down to Astrochemist. And that's 3-0 on the fight so far, and you can see the power of that crowd control when it gets going. That Swain E, that Sion Q, once the Swain E sets it up, and the Jarvan flag and drag, it's just absolutely repulsive amounts of crowd control, and most of it, in fact, I believe all of it, none of it is able to be reduced by tenacity either. So really powerful stuff. As you see the knock-up going through on the minion from Llama. Very annoying here as well is the Sion, as the champion utilizes the bushes, but now the Sion's going to be able to go down. So now it's Bisexual Lion caught in the back line. However, he is going to be going down as well. So now it's a 1-for-1. Actually, make that a 2-for-1, as Tretto went down as well. So, BBB Tretto down, Llama down, though at this point in the game, the death timers are so short that, oh, that is a dead Mushmarrow. Unless the sleep... Wow. The sleep coming through at the same time actually stopped that from happening, as Wienerboopin's going to take a lot of damage. But that was an ill-advised dash in from Tashi, and now it's going to be Tashi trading his life, but it's also a 3-for-1. Make that a 4-for-1, and this is Blue Ball Boys just absolutely decimating the map so far. Though it is only 5-for-8, it feels like it's a lot more lopsided than that at this juncture for one reason or another. I think it's because they had a few scattered deaths, but they've definitively won team fights so far. That's probably why. Something to highlight earlier, actually, was that Mushmarrow question mark interaction there between the Swain and the Zoe. The Swain was unable to take the mark because they were actually slept for the entire duration that they would have been able to. So they weren't able to get the kill there, as there's the Scion ult right onto the Shen, as followed by the decimating smash. Now you can see the Aphelios ult coming in, but on the other side is Bisexual Lion, absolutely diving deep into the backline. But now the fight's getting prolonged, and that is food for Swain. Feed that demon? Feed the demon? Yeah, he does have a demon. Feed the crows and the demon. Ravens? Ravens. Feed the ravens. 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 Oh my god, I can't talk. Somebody help me. Send an ambulance. I'm having a stroke. So that's going to be pretty, and missing the taunt. Just going sideways there as Bisexual Lion wants blood, looking for Wienerboopin, but is he going to find it? No, not quite. Oh, that Brand living with just 5 health. Really painful stuff to see there, as that's going to be Llama going into the midst of the enemy team, but possibly a little bit too deep, as that is an engage for a life? Yes, an engage for a life, as now Tashi's going to dive in on the Tristana, but is going to get beat up by that Scion passive, though actually it was Astrochemist that took the kill there, as the Swain is going to get a double kill, but is going to be going down on the other side, as Mushmarrow is going to take that kill. Who's going to win this one? It's going to be Mushmarrow, who is able to just take down Astrochemist with the last little bit of that Zoe W. You can really see that Zoe putting in work there, as all the summoner spells get put on the ground. The Zoe W hitting like a truck. Hitting like a truck, maybe hitting like a small vehicle. As that's going to be another engage by Llama and Tredo, but this time it looks like Llama's gone a little bit too deep, as now they're going to have to back up and try to regenerate a little bit of health, as that poke from Mushmarrow is going to come in, but not quite going to land. And now, the quietest part of the game so far, as we retreat and we take our health shrines. Zion doing a little bit of farming, doing a little bit of wave management. You see the Yulons coming through on the Aphelios. I believe that item was actually buffed just this week. I think that patches through. Yeah, that patches through. The Malignant's on the... I don't think I've ever seen Malignant's Diana, but maybe I'm just an idiot who hasn't played League enough recently. It's hard to know for sure. As Llama was looking for a little bit of something there, but not quite going to find it. You see that Scion's regenerated quite a bit of health. I believe there's a significant amount of passive regen. Yeah, there's 100% increased passive health regen on the Heartsteel, in addition to its health stacking stats. But he is taking a significant amount of poke as they go up to farm the waves. Mushmarrow not able to land much of anything with the Zoe Qs thus far, as you see a snowball thrown out as well. Now we just wait, take a breath, and hope that a team fight doesn't break out in the next 5 seconds. And now a team fight's breaking out, and there's the Silent ult onto Peridian at the same time as the Jarvan EQ. But now the Jarvan ult's gonna catch 3, gonna try to stop Bisexual Lion from getting into his backline, and it is going to be a success. Just a really rough game to play a Diana here, as that's an EQ flash from the Jarvan, and that's going to land and connect, and that is going to be Mushmarrow going down and Peridian going down. So now it's going to be another kill. Yes, and Tredo is going to live as well. So that ends up being a 5-for-0 clean 5-for-1, not clean ace, as the Scion did die, as there's another 2 kills going over, as Bisexual Lion and Tashi 22 fall. And now that's going to be more blood for the Blood God, as Llama is being ignored. And Darius, actually that's Shen. Darius did most of the damage. Shen is going to slay the Swain, and now finally the Llama is going to fall. One more punch getting off there, as the rest is just expended on the minion wave. So, 17 to 22, it feels more one-sided than that because of the way fights have been going, but it's not over yet, folks. As you can see, the Tristan on 1.5 items, not nearly to that critical mass point, but you can also see the 46 farm on that Tristana really getting funneled into the 80 carry, which a Tristana can do a lot here. You can disengage the Swain ultimate, as well as, however, that is going to be an engage by Llama, and that's a big Diana ult, but is it enough? It's not looking like it so far, as Peridian's caught in the back line, and Bisexual Lion's already dead. So now that's going to be a 3-4-3, as we missed the bottom half of the fight that occurred down there, due to the directed camera, but what are you gonna do, right? So now, it's 2v2. You can tell Tashi just itching to jump on and lay a couple of autos onto Wiener Boopin, as I'm sure everyone enjoys doing. And that is Mushmarrow fishing, looking for that Scion. Really, the Scion is devastating for the Zoe to be in the game, because they're really gatekeeping the ability for the Zoe to poke out the enemy team here. Yeah, you can see that. Llama just really blocking all of the shots from the Zoe, and that is more or less literally the only potential poke, unless Aaron... Oh, nice little chunk onto Astrochemist there, as here comes Bisexual Lion looking for it, but not quite able to find it again. Now trying to dash out, but going down to Wiener Boopin. And now that's going to be a big Jarvan ultimate, but Rescue Crab's looking for blood, but not able to find it. Just one kill over there. So now it's Pretty and Mushmarrow against the World, but the World is only 3 people with low HP bars. That was a nice EQ from Trado, and here comes the Swain ultimate, and Peridian is going to be dead to rights here, more than likely, but actually Peridian's just able to walk out, as question mark nice splash forward, and takes the soul out of the Zoe. And now Trado is looking for more, but can't find it, as he's caught out, rocking a hard place, rocking a Diana. Bisexual Lion been very, very aggressive with those engages so far this game, as Peridian's looking to cancel that Scion Q, but remember, he can recast it if it's interrupted very, very swiftly, as there he goes, and no re-engage to be found there, as Tashi22 is really starting to put in work here. A lot of DPS getting built up. You see the Kraken Slayer, though Kraken Slayer not necessarily true to its name, not so much a tank buster item like it used to be, but it is a lot of on-hit damage nonetheless, which is still pretty good at slaying tanks, as that's going to be a ult to disengage out the Scion, as Tashi22 does manage to get away. So now it's Bisexual Lion looking for something, but not able to find it, as the ult is just going to go off, go on cooldown, but not do any damage. So now Rescue Crab is in a lot of trouble. They're getting chased down. Mushmarrow next to fall, more than likely. Tashi22 dead. That's just 100% dead from that brand passive, but Astrochemist says, my kill! That's my kill! And down goes Tashi, and that is going to be a 5-for-0. This time it actually is a clean ace in the favor of Blue Balled Boys. You see the execution on the turret there from Llama, as he did indeed need to recall and spend a little bit of gold, more than likely. Let's look at the item spot. Yeah, healing reduction. That's going to be really big against the Darius as well, as there goes Peridian looking for it, and it's going to be a 2-man taunt, as Rescue Crab, and Bisexual Lion are going to jump in. So now it's 2 dead, it's 3 dead, and now Tashi looking for blood, question mark, not going to be able to drain tank through that one, as that is a lot of members DPSing them, and Trado is going to get away. That Jarvan with the EQ is not going to be caught, but Trado is also going to be low on health, so very ineffective for the next fight, unless they can, yeah, they're just going to kill Rescue Crab with that flag. That's what I was about to say, as now that's going to be Trado going down as well. Another kill over to the Shen, as Llama is going to get taunted up, but I don't know if they have the DPS to get him down underneath the turret here. Indeed, they don't. So Llama is going to walk away and is going to be just fine for now. No Warmogs, as Warmogs, kind of a sus item right now. It's not so good anymore, as that's going to be a Shen taunt from Peridian onto Wienerbupen, but there's no follow-up there. However, that is going to be Llama going down in trade for Peridian, so 2 tanks die, 1 on each side, as Mushmarrow is going to get a little bit of movement speed from that snowball being expended. The Zoe W, that's going to be a big old whiff from Bisexual Lion, and Astrochemist is going to claim that kill, as they just went in there and just got blasted, but it was in exchange for 2 summoner spells to dodge that. However, summoner spells for a Nexus potentially here, as they're getting chased down. Rescue Crab ain't gonna be able to do anything here, getting kited, getting slain, and now that's going to be the Blue Ball boys advancing on the base. Mushmarrow attempting something here, as the Shenult is going to come through onto them, and that is going to be a couple of turret shots onto Astrochemist, and it looks like Better Than Kreamypie's team may have just bought themselves a little bit of life here. As now that's going to be a Shen taunting in. Bisexual Lion going in on the Diana. Is he able to take out Astrochemist? Yes, he is. However, now he's alone with Wienerbupen. You never want to be alone with Wienerbupen. That's not going to be a good time there, as that's going to be a Shen taunt coming in as well on the front line, as Tashi's looking for their opportunity to jump in, but they're just going to have to jump out. That's a nice jump out. Are they going to be able to get away? Yes, they are. So Tashi 22 is going to live, and now it's going to be Peridian and Rescue Crab chasing them down, as Tashi's going to have to back away from that Scion zombie. And did they back away far enough? Yes, they did. Yes, they did back away far enough. It looked a little close there for a second, but able to live. So take a little bit of a breather. I'm saying that for myself, of course, because it's been non-stop action for the last little while. Maybe it's advice to the teams too. Maybe they can take a little bit of a breather. My God, it's 34-42 at 14 minutes and 50 seconds. As there comes the Q from the Zoe, and that is hitting like a wet noodle. What is that Swain building? Yeah, just Merc Treads, huh? Yeah, Merc Treads. Fun item. I'm glad they increased the cost of boots a little while ago. As something of a mage player myself, not a big fan of Merc Treads, as that's going to be a Bisexual Line, but just going to be getting the ult onto the 2 tanks. And they're going to dash forward, and they're going to go down, and that's Rescue Crab going down as well. Nobody dead on the enemy team yet, as that looks like Better Than Kreamypie's team is getting wiped, as Peridian is going to be slain as well. Astrochemist takes 2 lives, and looking for a third is Mushmarrow is going to go down to the Jarvan piloted by Tredo. So that's a clean ace, and that's looking like the game. Honestly, absolute dominance in the team fights here by Blue Balled boys, as they appear to be taking this down in 2-0 fashion. Yeah, I don't think Bisexual Lion's going to be able to stop that. Oh, looking for the backline. Oh, not quite able to get Wienerboop in there, but what about Rescue Crab? No! Just not going to be able to get it. So, in the end, it's a 6-0 in the last 2 sequences of play. And that is match 1 in favor of the Blue Ball boys. They will be advancing to round 2 in the winner's bracket, as they await the winner of I'm Down For That versus Check PayPal. And that is going to be Better Than Kreamypie's team dropping down to loser's bracket round 1. They will be facing the loser of, 3. So that'll be the loser of I'm Down For That versus Check PayPal. So, as we await that match to begin, as we await the rest of our matches to finish up, we're just going to take a little bit of a breather here. We'll see if we can get into another game to view it for you, but there's going to be a little bit of logistics behind the scenes to try to make that happen. So, in the meantime, we will return to our break screen, and we'll put on a little bit of a champion theme music. I believe that you know what, I'm not an authority on whether the mainstream is still going right now in their game, so just take a breather. We'll be back. You can see the spectator delay message on the screen. We're going to be heading into a game between Check PayPal and I'm Down for That in just about 1 minute's time. I will be broadcasting it, but we're going to give it just about a minute to a minute and a half to get that started, shall we? So, in the meantime, we're going. Mic muted again. Oh, hello there. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Oh, and we're jumping in right in the middle of an action sequence here. And we'll get in here. Get rid of that timeline for you. And you can see on one side. You know what? This is an absolute sequence. So we're just gonna zoom out, and we are going to call the action here. No time to talk about who's who right now, as Airbus is going to slay Sunkyu Libani. And that is going to be Vel'Koz ult being expended. And more deaths on that side, as it kind of looks like this game's about to end. It looks like we've just started spectating this game and it's over. Though there are no minions. As Xylena takes a couple of turret shots there. Nut Juice. Nut Juice is slain. And more engages to come. As that's going to... Ooh, there's a Mel on this team. That's exciting. As that's Big Chino on the Mel. And it looks like they are going to hold on. So we are going to get just enough time to talk about which team's which. You can see on one side of the map, it's Airbus piloting the Jace. Cali Love on the Brand. It's KP on the Caitlyn. Nut Juice on the Vel'Koz. And Xylena. Huh? Look at that. Look at that Vel'Koz ult. I wonder if Mel can reflect that. Because it's not technically a projectile. Questions for another time, I suppose. And then it's going to be Xylena on the Rel. That is Check PayPal over on the blue side. And on the red side, it is Ladzi piloting the Pantheon. Sunkyu Libani piloting the Sivir. Big Gino 28 on the Mel. Entropy on the Rumble. Wow, blinking on Rumble. Not like that's a new champion or anything. And here's the Ornaut from M1844. And that's going to be an engage on the Nut Juice with the Equalizer piled over on top of it. As there's going to be the engage by Xylena as well, but there's no follow-up right now. Or is there? As it's KP on the Caitlyn. Rowie going to town. And that's going to be the Mel going down alongside Big Chino 28. So that's actually going to be a 5-for-2 in the favor of Check PayPal as they advance on the Nexus. And it looks like that's going to be the game. I actually am not aware of what the match score is right now for this team, though maybe are they not going to finish the Nexus? They might not be able to finish the Nexus here. It's kind of looking a little sus. Oh, yep, there we go. There we go. So that is going to be the win in favor of Check PayPal. So that's pretty much it for that game. as we go back in here. Put a little map cover on. Don't need to see behind the scenes. Throw the BRB on there. As it looks like we should be heading into the next round now. Let me check the bracket. Yes. Yeah, so here, I'll actually pull this bracket up for everyone so that you can see it. So that you can see that. There we go. There we go. So you see now the next matches. It was a 1-0. That happened in there. It's a 1-0. It says 1-0. And anyways, it doesn't matter. Blue Ball Boys won the match, which we actually had that match up first. And then in the Aramateurs versus Wind Traders matchup, oh, they just advanced. I see. So it was Windrunners versus Barrel of Monkeys. Windrunners advanced, and they face off against Aramateurs. Windrunners and Wind Traders. Hopefully we don't get that matchup anytime. I'm down for that versus Check PayPal. We just saw what may have been match 2 based on the game time. So they might be it may have been game 2 of the match, I should say. So they may be having another round. Not 100% sure yet on that one. But in the lower bracket, we can see that Better Than Kreamypie's team still awaits their opponent, but it is going to be Wind Traders against Barrel of Monkeys. I believe our stream is going to be the Better Than Kreamypie's team match. And stream 1, or the primary stream, if you will, or Tournament King instead of Tournament Kingdom, is probably going to be doing Wind Traders versus Barrel of Monkeys. So that's pretty much all the information we have for now. We're going to go ahead and we're going to wait for some more. Yeah, we're going to wait some more. So, the stream will be back when I have more information for you. Stay beautiful, everyone. Hi. Just just checking in here. It's good to see you all here. I just wanted to take a moment to say to you that our next match is going to be between I'm Down for That and Better Than Kreamypie's team. You can see match 6 on the bracket. Looking forward to it. We're going to be calling it next. But, you know, we still have a few minutes to, you know, wrap up clerical things before that starts. And I just wanted to say that. It's good to have you here. Wow, YouTube autoplay, when you're on the last video of the playlist, actually goes to other songs. Oops. Well, hello everyone. So, we are going to get into our second match of the day in just a few minutes here. In case anyone missed it, let me get the bracket pulled up again. You know, if I say it enough times, I'll be able to find the bracket. That is, in fact, how that works. There we go. Now I need to just get rid of this. And there you go. So you can see we are about to experience I'm Down for That versus Better Than Kreamypie's team. We're going to be following some of the same teams through the bracket. That's actually how we've decided to break this up. So on this stream, you'll be seeing a lot of the same teams. On the other team, you'll be seeing a lot of the same teams. And we just, we follow storylines, things like that. Little behind the scenes look into the magic. As you can see now, we're about to lock in our champions. We have 8 seconds left. I'd say that with a stream delay, we're not too worried about anyone sniping each other's picks now. Or getting any earlier insight into their picks. As you can see, it is going to be I'm Down for That over on the blue side of the map. As we enter the spectator delay for the next 2.5 minutes. They're going to have Ladsy piloting the Gnar. He is also their team captain. Big Chino 28 piloting the Blitzcrank. Which... some good targets for Blitz hooks on the enemy team. That is going to be M1844. Yes, M1844. That's what we're going to be calling them instead of M1844. I guess we could... I suppose we should have asked them what they wanted to be called, but we're going to do M1844, piloting the Lux. Then it's going to be Entropy on the Jace, a set of numbers on the Jinx. So you're looking at a lot of threats on the side of I'm Down for That on the blue side of the map. At least I assume they'll be on the blue side of the map with the layout, but... We'll see. And then Better Than Kreamypie's team is going to be on the other side of the map. We don't know exactly who's playing what just yet, but we know that they have a Leona, an Mbeza, a Senna, an Aurelion Sol, and a Brand. Now I'll tell you what, Aurelion Sol is not a champion that you ever want to see a Blitzcrank on the enemy team in, when you're piloting. It's, how you say, predictable movement on Aurelion Sol, and a lot of stationary Q casting, so I suspect, and Brand as well, has some stop animations on his casts, so the carries can be pretty vulnerable over on the side of Better Than Kreamypie's team, but you also have to keep in mind that they do have the Senna, which I believe makes you does that make you untargetable? Senna missed. It's a mystery. It's shrouded in mist. Even the understanding of the ability is. I suppose we actually have time to look it up. Yeah, screw it. We'll find out in game. But a little bit less AD threat. In fact, you're just looking at the Senna and the Mbeza for AD threat. So not a lot of consistent damage from that side of the profile, and it is very easy to itemize against magic damage. Little pop-ups from other video games going on there. As we're about to get into game now, the spectator delay usually stops about now, and there it goes. 25 seconds. We are going to be loading into the lobby. So now we'll actually be able to tell who's playing what on Better Than Kreamypie's team as we do look over. And we do see it's going to be Tashi22, not 2022, piloting the Brand. It's going to be Rescue Crab piloting the Ink Shadow Aurelion Sol. I don't think I've ever seen that skin, but its border is really pretty. I don't really play Aurelion Sol, but I'm an Aurelion Sol enthusiast. I love seeing that champion. So, here we go. We're just about to get started. You see a tier being bought up by two champions. The Quick Charge tier being bought up by Big Chino 28 on Blitzcrank. So that's going to be a very, very large passive shield, as that's not where you want to be when you're Tashi 22 on that Brand, as the Blitz hook does come through. Really nice, just dashing out of there. Nice heads up stuff by the side of I'm Down for That. As a set of numbers gets the chompers right behind him, nowhere to go. He couldn't even flash. There wasn't enough distance So Tashi22 was dead to rights, and that's 1 kill fed over to the Jace. Now, that's something else that's going on the side of I'm Down for That, is their poke can be really devastating. As you see a little bit of chat there, a little bit of banter between these two teams, as these teams, I do know each other, so there's a little bit talk back and forth. As it looks like Better Than Kreamypie's team probably at a disadvantage at those very early levels, as there's quite a lot of poke over on the side of I'm Down for That. You have the Lux, you have the Jace empowered Shock Blast, even the Gnar Boomerang can poke, as that's Bisexual Lion engaging, but just a bit too deep there. Doesn't get a lot of poke down onto them, but now it's going to be the Blitz Hook, and you have to imagine Big Chino might be a little bit too far forward here, as that's some stacks for the Aurelion Soul, but now the Blitz Hook is going to pull Bisexual Lion even further forward, and now the Embeza, piloted by Mushmarrow, is going to get caught out as well, and the Jinx W is going to catch Rescue Crab on the Aurelion Soul on the back end. So that is an absolute slaughter in the favor of I'm Down for That at those very early levels, as that's another Blitz Hook landing onto the Senna, and now it's going to be Ladsy, maybe too deep there, as Tashi22 is going to pick up a kill, but now Bloodbath is ensuing. Let's see if Aurelion Soul can get those resets, and he is not going to W again just yet, but here he goes. Here comes the Aurelion Soul going in on the side of Big Chino 28. And that's going to be a disengage, a flash out, as now the Gnar is in the middle of no man's land, but he is now far enough forward with the rest of his team that he's going to be able to get something done, as now that's going to be the Lux falling on the other side of the map. That was a very frontline Lux, but what are you going to do? Sometimes that happens. As you see, 3-0 and 3 for the Jace now. Very, very fed Jace. It's 6-3 in the kill score, but now Better Than Kreamypie's team has evened up the score just a little bit. You see they've closed the goal gap. They were almost at a 2,000 goal disadvantage after the first sequence of plays, but now it was 3 for 2 in their favor in the most recent sequence, as that's Big Chino walking in too far forward. The crowd control plus the Aurelion Soul doing a lot of work, as now it's going to be the Aurelion Soul jumping up, queuing again, and the Embeza going forward. Now Ladsy, caught out in Mega Gnar, not going to be able to live as the mobility was severely limited there. So now it's Better Than Kreamypie's team who are really starting to take the advantage here in the latest minute or so. Take a breath. You wait. You see the Tear of the Goddess on the Aurelion Soul. Mana can be at a premium in ARAM, as you don't really have any ability to go back and refresh that. No blue buffs, no anything like that, though there is accelerated mana regeneration. So even though Aurelion Soul typically would not build a Seraphs on Summoner's Rift, it is quite decent in ARAM situations. You see a lot of value, as that's going to be Bisexual Lion going down, certainly. There's no chance to survive that one. Just a nice Blitz Hook coming through from Big Chino 28. As that's going to be a Jinx Rocket going down as well. That's going to poke them out. Tashi has already expended his ult, so not a lot of... the classic play from Brand here is, hi, I have 10 health, but I'm going to get one spell combo off and slaughter you. Not going to work here, as Big Chino is actually going to take the last kill with a hook, as that's going to be a Gnar in, but a Gnar is going down, as Big Chino 28 an entropy, and it's going to be a stun as well on M1844, and now it's going to be Better Than Kreamypie's team advancing. They do indeed claim a 3 for 0 there, and blinking health bar on the Jace. As you can see, the Eclipse, no, actually, that's Hubris. Hubris picked up by the Jace, as he'll be able to get a lot of poke down there. And now we are disengaging. A little bit of calm, but no calm exists when a Blitzcrank is in the game, as the Lux ult's going to layer over on top. A big Blitzcrank ult again, and now it's going to be Better Than Kreamypie's team on the run, as I'm Down for That advances. Another great Blitz Hook. This is just absolutely devastating gameplay by the Blitzcrank here, and it is going to be 14-9 in the kill column, as it's just Peridian alone beneath this turret, now accompanied by Mushmarrow on the Embeza, as the set of numbers is going to take aggro. It looks like I'm Down for That is just deciding to dive. They are going to dive, and they are going to dive. However, they do claim a kill on Peridian there. It was a 4 for 1, however, as the Aurelion Soul ult is going to come over the top on M1844. And the Lux ult is going to fire off in reply. Let's take a look at those stacks on the Aurelion. Yes, Aurelion Soul up to 79. It's not an incredible number of stacks, but this also isn't an incredible team to play Aurelion Soul into. Not as much frontline as you want. The Blitzcrank is in play. The Gnar is only a tank half the time. So here comes the Blitzcrank again, taking the snowball in. Mushmarrow is going to go down as they were frontlining with not very much health remaining, but that was a full duration Aurelion Soul E that was sat in, so that should be a lot of stacks over on the other side, which is something you need to keep your eyes on as this game goes on, and that is going to be another hook on Bisexual Lion. This time he's going to go down, and that's going to be a Luxie over the top, a Lux ult over the top. The Aurelion Soul going down, the Jace going down in return, and now it's just, again, is Peridian beneath the turret alone. The turret is gone. Peridian is gone, and there's M1844 taking a few turret shots, and the Mbeza trying to Mbeza out, but Mbeza down, as Mbeza hits the floor, dead, and that's another ace in the favor of I'm down for that. So, the Jinx, the Jace, really starting to scale here, really starting to take off, as that's another Blitz hook, but this time Bisexual Lion's advancing, and that one isn't going to be going down to the remaining blinking health bars if I'm down for that, as that's going to be 4 for 0 and barely a dent in Bisexual Lion's shield. As Leona would say, next time, try to leave a dent. That's her taunt. I don't know if anyone is aware of that, but, you know, you might be. As it's going to be a turret shot taken by Tashi22. Another turret shot taken. It looks like he was attempting to softly execute there, as he probably has his Leandries on base. No, he doesn't. He does not have his Leandries on base. But he was trying to softly execute there, being already at low health. You know, Fountain's your only way to regenerate HP in an ARAM unless you get a health shrine. Passive regen, but you aren't going to be outshining the amount of poke that's over on I'm down for that with passive regen. So, back on the map is Tashi before I'm down for that advances. Now, Rescue Crab takes a lot of damage from that poke. This is really devastating to play against. Has to be a very frustrating experience, as Rescue Crab is dead. Dead? No, not dead yet, as that was Big Chino 28 going just a little bit too deep, taking a snowball in, but now here comes the Gnar over the top, and that one isn't too deep. That one's not too deep at all, as Entropy is now face-to-face with Rescue Crab, and he takes down the Crab. The Crab is no more, and it's a quadra kill for the Jace, who is going to shock his way down the mid lane and slam that inhibitor down. Huge gameplay by Entropy on this Jace, slowing better than Kreamypie's team down to 0 as they hit the ground, but now they respawn, as Ladzy's going to get hit by the Mbeza ult and get taken down by Bisexual Lions in the back line, and that's a lot of deaths over on that side of the map, as Tashi's ult just goes through and detonates on everyone, takes a couple of kills there, and now it's going to be a double kill over to Bisexual Lion on the Leona, and now it's going to be the Blitzcrank going down. So, as tends to happen in ARAM, the pendulum swings back, and we reset. The shopping is going to come through. You see that Jace, very, very wealthy. 3 items, 2 long swords, foregoing boots because, screw it, who needs boots? The Jinx on 2 items as well. You see that 3 items very well ahead. In fact, let's take a look at the gold. Yeah, that Jace has 9,700 gold, almost 2,000 gold ahead of any other person in the game right now. So the Shock Blasts are going to be devastatingly powerful, as that is 1 dead dragon. That caught by the Lux Binding and taken down. Tashi taken down as well by the Blitz Hook. Another great one by Big Chino 28. And this is kind of looking like the game here, though I don't know if they have the sieging capability to get this done, as Bisexual Lion is going to get gnarred out into the middle of the map. Nice Leona ult is going to lock down M1844 underneath the turret on that Lux, but now it's going to be Blitzcrank stepping a little bit too far, getting gunned down by the Fountain Laser. A set of numbers trying to cut it out, but not able to do it. The front line really doing work here. So now it's a question, what can Entropy do if left alone with a Crab? It looks like he can maybe kill a Crab, but no, the Crab's gonna kill him. That Crab has a Cosmic Hyper Beam that is going to blast him down. But still, the man with the hammer is getting a lot of work done. Only not a great stacking pace again, so I don't think we're going to be hitting the point where stacks really start to become relevant on the Aurelian Soul, and the Aurelian Soul starts to become relevant as a consequence, as now Ladsy is going to go down, as Tashi has jumped in and gotten a kill. However, it's 2 down, 3 down now on the side of Better Than Kreamypie's team. Now it's only 1 down with Ladsy there on the side of I'm down for that. Big Chino looking again. Looking for that Q. Is he gonna find it is the question. Not in that minion wave he's not, unless he's an absolute god, and he's been playing excellently. But that one was a little tough to do. As pretty, oh my god, that Luxel. That was a lot of damage on the Senna, as now Senna's going to go down. The Aurelian Soul is looking for those resets now. Is he going to find it? He's going to find one. He can W again. He's going to not W. He's going to flash forward, and now he's going to W forward. Is it going to be another kill? Yes, it is. So that's a triple kill for Rescue Crab on the Aurelian Soul. Starting to scale. Got the Rylai's in inventory now. That is an absolutely massive power spike for the Aurelian Soul. But here's the thing about ARAM. One Nexus turret down, as that was a nice cheeky little play by Ladsy there, hopping in and taking out a member, taking out 2 members, as Ladsy's able to get those 2 kills on return. Now, tricky thing, again, quirk of ARAM, is those were 2 members that actually quite wanted to die. So, was it a good play? Yeah, it was a good play. But it wasn't, you know, as catastrophic for Better Than Kreamypie's team as you might think, unless Bisexual Lion gets hooked by the Blitzcrank. So now it's a 3rd member down, and now you start to see the desync, and there's no front line left outside of the Embezza, who doesn't want to be a solo diver, is now pretty and is just absolutely gunned down. The Jinx is getting excited. The Jinx is firing off rockets. It's not another kill, but it's another half health onto Mushmarrow, who is now neutered and unable to do much in this environment, as that Shock Blast absolutely chunked out Tashi 22, and another Shock Blast comes through, an Aurelian Soul comes through, but not able to do much, just clear out a few minions by time, as that is going to be a brand passive onto the Jinx. Is that going to be enough to fend off? I'm down for that. It looks like maybe it will, as Bisexual Lion is chasing down that Jace. You don't want to engage in a 1v1 with that Heartsteel Leona, but that's not really the focus of what's going on here. Yes, the Jace is going to go down, but now it's a 3v2 outside of the Nexus. Can Peridian get much done? Maybe they can in this situation, as they are able to start gunning down members. A lot of damage getting down from that Senna now, as Bisexual Lion still surviving as well. Bisexual Lion still surviving as well, and they're putting in massive amounts of work in this fight. Now you find yourself between an Embezza and a wall. Not necessarily a place you want to be, probably, as that's going to be a Gnar going down, the missing link, found missing in the bush, as Bisexual Lion hits a stun, perhaps a last gasp of life before death, as a set of numbers does get excited though. So, the Jinx passive saving their life as they're able to get out there, and now we breathe. We breathe just a little bit. As you can see, 4v4, Mushmarrow really, really low on health here. Probably not going to be able to do a lot in this next fight, so it's going to need to be an absolute all-star performance from Better Than Kreamypie's team. We saw that from Bisexual Lion in the last fight. Can he do it again? It looks like Big Chino going for Mushmarrow is going to be able to slay him. But now there's a Leona ult onto 3 members, but there's no follow-up. Big Chino's in the backline doing tons of damage, and it's a set of numbers who's going to be going down first here. However, it's Rescue Crab taken down by the Gnar. Now it's Entropy on the Jace, absolutely slaying, and the Lux taking kills as well. Finally, that is going to be the game, as Bisexual Lion is laid down to rest, put down next to the Nexus. And that is, I'm down for that, moving to 1-2-0, pardon me, in the match score, as now we head into Game 2 in a few moments, where the drafts will be reversed. You see, it looks like we're already spectator delay and such, so it looks like our players are already out of that lobby, so we're going to get that game to you very shortly. But for now, we're going to take a breather, and we're going to wait as we listen to some music and we get ready for game 2 of this match. Hello there, I didn't see you there. Well, let me tell you something. We are about to head into Game 2 of this match between I'm Down for That and Better Than Kreamypie's team, but I wanted to show you something first. It's this. It's the champions that the teams get to pick between. What do you think I was going to show you? Wow. And now, let's take a look at what each team picked. So, as you can see here, we're about to go into our spectator delay again. Love to see it happen. It's going to be Peridian on the Lux, Tashi 22, my god, I can't say that name, can I? Tashi 22 on the Varus, Mushmarrow on the Blitzcrank, Rescue Crab on the Morgana, and it's going to be Bisexual Lion on the Urgot. We can't see who's playing what on the other side of the map, but it looks like, again, we're gonna get the Aurelian Soul into Blitzcrank matchup. So we'll see how it goes on the other side. Honestly, there's some variance between the team comps this time. Only 2 champions recycled on the side of Better Than Kreamypie's team. And there are, let's see, 3 champions recycled on the side of I'm Down for That. So, you know what? This game gonna be more of a test of skill than test of drafting, and we can say that pretty definitively. So, whoever wins this game, well, I suppose if Better Than Kreamypie's team wins this game, it's a 1-1, but if I'm Down for That wins this game, it's going to be a 2-0, so it's not really a decision for who's the better team based off of this one game, but, you know, it's gonna show something. It's gonna show something, everyone, and we're happy to see what it's going to show. It's gonna show if a robot can beat a dead guy. Is Karthus canonically dead, or is he more of an avatar of death? He's definitely an avatar of death. It's just kind of open to see if he's actually dead or not. Yeah. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on that spectator delay, everyone. Really happy to see it. Just about, in fact, you know what? It starts at about 25 seconds typically. There are 35 seconds left on that spectator delay. I suppose we can take a moment to talk about what was left on the table. So, you see left on the table, Vlad would have been pretty nasty. Bard has a lot of ARAM buffs. That could have been an interesting choice, but good team comps. Urgot might be a little bit hard to pilot into Aurelian Soul, if Aurelian Soul is ever able to get to that Rylai's. Also a little hard to pilot into Karthus, though. Again, probably has ARAM buffs. We'll see. You know what? We'll take a look at that when we get in there. At any rate, we're just about to get into game now, and we can see who's playing what on I'm Down for That. So, over on their side, it is Ladzy who's going to be piloting the Jarvan, M1844 piloting the Storm Dragon Aurelian Soul this time, It's going to be Big Chino 28 piloting the Prestige Battle. Prestige Battle something, Leona. You know what? It's gone. I don't know. Some kind of prestige skin at any rate. So, we're going to zoom out, and we're going to get going. Let's see who's buying what to start. I'm always curious. It does seem like everyone buys the tier on Aurelian's Soul. Not being as proficient of an ARAM player myself, I'd imagine it's correct. But every time I see it, it bothers me because the Blackfire Torch is actually a very, very, very high win rate item on Aurelian's Soul. But, of course, you can't Rylai's Rush on this map at all. You just completely run you know what? We'll see how it goes. A kind request from a set of numbers on Karthus. And a response from Bisexual Lion. It's good to see the teams being friendly. As no Mushmarrow is going to be dashing around, well, not dashing, going to be lurking around looking for hooks, but it's going to be Bisexual Lion who's going to be the one to get pulled first. And now the Aurelian Soul is going in over the top. A big E from him, and a reset acquired. The question is he going to go forward? No, he's not. As that is going to be a Dark Binding that's going to hit onto him, and M1844 is slain. And now it's a 1-for-1 on the exchange. His entropy getting quite low on that Senna, but importantly, that's going to be the Karthus who's going to be falling, who can get that wave cleared out and get back in time. Karthus on ARAM is always an enjoyable champion to play, as that's probably a dead entropy there. Yeah, pretty dead. And that's going to be a dead Ladzi as well on the Jarvan. Peridian taking that kill. So it's 4-1 in the favor of Better Than Kreamypie's team thus far, as that's going to be another binding landing on the Aurelian Soul, and that's going to be a hook landing on the Aurelian Soul. You know, last game was pretty hell to play that champion. This game, there's a Morgana binding, a Lux binding, a Varus ult, Varus poke, and a Blitz Q, and yet again, a godlike Blitz player picking entropy out of the mix of champions. However, it's going to be Better Than Kreamypie team who are the ones advancing. They have the better team fight right now, and God hook or not, it's gonna be a win for them in the team fight. However, on the back end, it is going to be Big Chino 28 going down. Slain by the Lux again, as that Lux, 3-0-2, we saw how nasty it can be. You know, funny thing, when I play Lux in ARAM, you see 85% of regular damage, 110% damage taken. When I play Lux in ARAM, I get absolutely destroyed. So, you know, good Lux players. As Bisexual Lion, nice flip onto the Karthus. But the Karthus kind of wants this to some degree. I mean, it doesn't want to chain die, but it certainly hurts less than on other champions. Always a fun thing to do is to try to rush to your Malignants before level 6. As you see, actually, that's Clarity taken on the Karthus. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, they are on a very mana-hungry team, so I could see it. I could see the choice, though you probably didn't need so many tiers if you were going that, but you know what, we're being nitpicky, as there comes the first Karthus ult of the game, and that's going to be a very clear set-in-stone teamfight victory for Better Than Kreamypie's team, as it's so far 4-for-1, and now it's a 5-for-1 in their favor. So that was just Karthus ult, press Leona R, press, it's just layer ults on top of one another. And it's a lot of effective health. You know, you look at it, it's guaranteed damage from the Karthus, it's guaranteed shielding from the Senna, it's Big Chino 28 dead, it is stun from the Aurelian Soul, the engage from the Jarvan as well. It's an absolutely devastating engage comp at level 6. From Better Than Kreamypie's team, and honestly, they seem like they might have them outgunned here. However, you know, things could happen. Things could happen. We'll see. They aren't actually winning by very much yet. It's only 800 up in the gold. But if that team fight is anything to be indicative of, it's looking pretty good on that side of the map, as that's going to be a hook That just whiffs. Not quite able to find it this time, as Senna finds herself in a very bad place. Not a Verisol. That was a Morgana binding, I believe, followed up by a Lux binding, and just not a lot you can do there once you get caught. I mean, you can dodge it. You can dodge the skill shot, but once you get caught, yeah, you're dead. You're very, very dead, as that hook is going to miss a set of numbers. Not quite the proficiency on the Blitzcrank that we saw on the other side of the map in the previous game, as that's going to be a Jarvan EQ forward, maybe a little bit too deep. However, it's going to be Bisexual Lion who's going to be caught, as, my god, I've actually been saying the wrong team on the wrong side of the map. It doesn't matter. Anyways, it's going to be the advancement from a set of numbers and the death there, as that is so far... Ooh, Karthus ult. Yep, that's going to claim a kill. So 2 kills for the Karthus in that fight. And now we slow down. We reach another lull, as... Oh, that Senna ult just didn't quite do enough damage. Is Senna ult magic damage? Physical damage. Huh? I guess that was just the Lux shielding, but it looked like it ate a portion of... Anyways, Jarvan engaged coming through, and that's going to be the Aurelion Soli over the top. And that's going to be a root landed from the Senna, as Ladzy goes in a little bit further, but a little bit too deep, as trying to give a little bit cover fire for M1844 on the Aurelion Sol, but Aurelion Sol is going to flash out after the hook from Mushmarrow lands. So another slower sequence, but now it's going to be better than Kreamypie's team in a lot of trouble underneath their turret, all at low health. This Bisexual Line trying to get out of the center that he is able to get out with the dash, and it's going to be Entropy, the one falling. Now it's the Aurelion Sol doing a lot of damage over the top, but not quite able to do enough. He's just standing back there, as Bisexual Lion is going to get slain by Big Chino 28, and now it's going to be Varus slaying Karthus as well. So, at the end of this, it's 3 dead for 2 dead. And Ladzy's looking for a cheeky engage, and he's gonna find it, but is he gonna kill Tashi? No, he's not, but it's gonna be Mushmarrow going down. Yes, Mushmarrow is going to be going down, as now Entropy rejoins the fray, reinforcing the Varus poke is going to land, but Varus notably going on hit build, so gonna do a lot of damage punching through that front line, as you do need somebody to be able to slay that Leona with a lot of AP on your team. And the Urgot going mostly tank. I assume that's going to be a Titanic Hydra as the second item, so that'll still do a lot of damage there. You can see Ladzy pinging the Leona ult to wait for it, the Jarvan ult being pinged as well by a set of numbers. So, over on the red side, I'm down for that, waiting for the engage, but now that's going to be a caught Aurelion Sol. Again, Aurelion Sol into this comp. Kind of rough, but doing better than last game, as you can see the... Nope, we can't click on them yet. Gonna need to give it 5 seconds on the respawn, but we may not have 5 seconds before another fight, as here comes the Jarvan, and there goes the Jarvan, as they are slain underneath the turret by Bisexual Lion is the next to fall. No, actually, it was the Morgana that was the next to fall, but they fall shortly afterward. So now the Karthus ult is coming over the top, and you can see, I'm down for that. Really doing work here. The question is, can they continue? And yeah, no, they can. It's just a Blitzcrank, but it looks like M1844 is going to be killed on that Aurelion Sol. No, they're not. And the heat up turret, I do question... were the heat changes to turrets actually put into ARAM like they were in Summoner's Rift? It doesn't look like they were, because after 4 turret shots, that would do really devastating damage on Summoner's Rift now. Turrets on ARAM still not quite as powerful by the looks of things, as that's Mushmarrow looking for a hook. A set of numbers quite far forward, gonna flash away. And he is going to be able to dodge out from that Lux ult. However, not from the Varus ult. And down he goes, and down goes Mushmarrow? No, not quite. Mushmarrow going a little bit deep there, but getting a lot of damage onto the Aurelion Sol in exchange. So, now, you see I'm down for that, regenerating a little bit of HP, but it kind of looks like they might be forfeiting this turret. No, they're not. It's going to be the Leona engage from Ladzy, but, pardon me, from Big Chino 28, but Ladzy is going to be going down on that. So, the Jarvan, a casualty. You see the damage build on the Jarvan. You also see the Rylai's completed on the Aurelion Sol already. That should be doing a lot of work here, though not quite that much frontline. If the Urgot ever uses their dash, just putting the that's a dead Mushmarrow, just little out of sync with the team there, or maybe just looking for a recall on a timer that wasn't going to be too damaging. As Bisexual Alliance going forward onto Entropy, they are going to kill them, as here comes the Skies Descending, and that's going to be a clear team fight win for I'm Down for that. Better Than Kreamypie's team had actually just lost their Blitzcrank, but still stayed too far forward, as it's very easy to stay too far forward, as you have a lot of backline follow-up with frontline engage here on the side of I'm Down for that, as they look like they're down to try to get another kill on that side, but not quite going to come through, as that'll be the Leona, piloted by Big Chino 28, falling, as another hook lands onto the Aurelian Soul. But do they have the crowd control? They do not have the crowd control, and M1844, against all odds, is going to escape that, as here comes the EQ in. Going to slay the Varus is Ladzy, but now Bisexual Alliance in the middle of everybody, and he is going to take down Ladzy, the Prince of Demacia, put into the meat grinder of the Urgot. That sounds really unpleasant, actually. Oh my god, everything about Urgot just sounds incredibly unpleasant to experience, but, you know, Crab Monster with a meat grinder inside him will do that, as that's the Karthus going down. Is he going to ult? No, he's not going to ult. I almost wonder if it was up. There might have been a sliver of cooldown left, but maybe it's a possibility. It also may have just not been a good time to utilize it. Not in the midst of a team fight right now, especially with the luck shielding available, as that's going to be a nice black shield on the Bisexual Lion to keep him going, and the Aurelian Soul ult won't come down. Peridian is getting dove on by every single member of the enemy team, as Big Chino and Ladzy just weren't quite able to take down the Lux. So now the Blitzcrank hook is going to come over on the other side. The Karthus ult's going to come down now, and my god, that's a lot of damage from the Karthus ult, as now Jarvan the Fourth is going to dive in, and he's going to take down the Varus. A 2-for-1 special in the Varus, or 3-for-1 special? I'm not sure how many people are inside of Varus's body right now. As now Senna's going to come in, and Entropy's going to take down the kill on the Morgana. So now that is going to be a one fight for I'm Down for that. But the question is, they're extremely ult reliant. What can they actually get done with this? Are they going to be able to dive the Blitzcrank? That's the question. They don't have a lot of large tower hitting ability here, and it looks like it's just going to be wave cleared out, so the fight kind of fizzles out into nothing, as that was almost a great hook by Mushmarrow, but not quite, as the Lux damage comes in over the top, and it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Better Than Kreamypie's team. So now Urgot is looking for something. His ult not ready. No ults ready on either side just yet, outside of the Leona, which the Leona ult could be pivotal here. Leona ult plus Aurelian Soul. Let's see if they can defend the turret. You have to imagine that they're going to be seating this turret. However, no minions. M1844 just manages to slide and dive away from all of the bindings. No ult expended there, just Qs. But it's a lot to dodge, especially with the tail on that Aurelian Soul, as that is going to be the turret going down, but is there going to be any recompense for it? No, not quite, as here comes the Karthus ult. How much damage does it do? A lot. It does a lot of damage, especially, you can really see it on the Morgana in particular, because Morgana, as you can see, takes 110% increased damage, as now we're engaging into another fight. That's the Jarvan over the top. That's the Aurelian Soul. That's everything being thrown in over the top, including the Senna ult. But was it enough? Bisexual Alliance still standing strong in the front line. Gonna take down the Karthus almost certainly. No, it's actually going to be the Varus that takes down the Karthus, but the Varus is killed in return for the Karthus. And now it's Big Chino 28 diving into the backline. The Aurelian Soul's coming in, but the Aurelian Soul is stopped in the middle of his W. So now it was a 3-for-2. It was a 3-for-2 in favor of Better Than Kreamypie's team, but they're also the ones on the defense now, because they're the ones with the lower health bars, and the range advantage is going to be over there on the side of I'm Down for that. Now the Aurelian Soul is not going to get caught by the Blitzcrank hook, so we slow down just for a moment, because at any point, that's a huge Aurelian Soul onto Peridian, and that's a massive Jarvan ult from Ladzy, who smashes them with the Cataclysm. Now Aurelian Soul is too far forward, though, and there just wasn't enough follow-up, despite the massive ult from Ladzy. However, now it's going to be Leona on top of Varus. Varus doesn't win that one. Bisexual Lion on the other side attempts to take down a set of numbers, but can't quite do it. So now it's just Bisexual Lion trying to defend, and that is probably going to be the turret here, as you see that, well, I say AP tower damage scaling coming through from Karthus, but Karthus is just going to die and farm up the minion wave. Big Chino's going to die here as well, more than likely, as that's a lot of crowd control. Yeah, that's a lot of crowd control. You don't want to... Varus... Lux Morgana Varus, but here, just Lux and Morgana. Wow, that's annoying to play into. One binding lands, another binding lands. You're CC'd for a long time. It does look like the Leona has purchased a Merc Treads, as that's Ladzy's dead. Ladzy's dead, everyone. And it looks like M1844 might be dead too, but is able to slide out again. That's a very, very, very slippery dragon, as Morgana just gets nuked from orbit by the Karthus ultimate there. Again, increased damage taken. That's what happens in ARAM. As Bisexual Lion's going to be able to dash out the absolute power play to go in and take the health relic, as it looks like the game may have frozen. Not what you're looking for. We're gonna attempt it. Oh, look, we reconnected. How exciting! So it's going to be Mushmarrow, who's probably going to be going to AF, definitely going to be going down here. As you can see, that range advantage on the side of I'm down for that is really starting to get dangerous for Better Than Kreamypie's team. You know, the poke early can do a lot. They had the range advantage early, but now it's looking a little bit more sus. As Entropy's going to get shredded by the Morgana ult and the Lux ult in tandem. And the Aurelian Soul's doing a lot of work on the other end, though. As there's a Jarvan ult. Great ult by Ladzy. Great turret dive by I'm down for that. And now, Better Than Kreamypie's team really finds themselves on the back foot. And they are truly, well and truly on the back foot here. As this will be their final game of this tournament if they are to lose here. The question is, can they pull it out of the hat? Mushmarrow's certainly trying his best, but those Nexus turrets are going down, and the Senna ult's coming over the top. Now it's the Karthus going down, the Aurelian Soul goes down, and this won't yet be the end as the skies descend on the side of Better Than Kreamypie's team. But the skies don't do quite enough damage, as Peridian is going to survive the Jarvan onslaught, as you see that. I was about to say that Jarvan may have built tank after the Sundered Sky, but no, not really. 3 damage items, and 1 bruiser item. I don't know if you can call... Anyways, Entropy's dead. I don't know if you can call Sterix Gauge a damage item, but... you know, you could call it that if you want. Oh, hey, Varus is dead. Yep. That's a dead Varus. And Peridian's not in great shape either, I would say. Not in great shape at all. They may have lived on single-digit HP there, actually. You see the Varus. You see the pings onto the... You see the pings onto the Karthus to laud their teammates' achievements. As now that's going to be Peridian going down, as you might expect. Another potent Jarvan ultimate coming in there, as Bisexual Lion attempts to save his hopes in this tournament, and he will take down the Karthus, but now it's just 2v3 with no Nexus turrets remaining. The Aurelian Soul ult isn't going to do much, neither is the E, so not a lot of damage left on the side of I'm down for that on this advancement, but the question is it going to matter? And the answer is maybe. I don't know. There is actually 1 Nexus turret left, as that Aurelian Soul, very frustrating to play against as an immobile champion. As you see Tashi just getting slowly sucked to the center of it as they attempted to auto-attack those minions. Yeah, we're up to 353 stacks on the Aurelian Soul now. That is nearing the point where you put it on a ranged champion with your Rylai's without a dash, and they kind of just can't get out of it. That does require you to get into range, though, as that E's going to get put down onto the minion wave, and that hook, I don't know how that hook missed. I don't know how that hook missed, but it did, as Rescue Crab is dead. And that's going to be a Jarvan engage again. Tashi's dead as well. Ladsy, will he give his life for it? Nope. And that's a 3 for 0 so far. And those health bars are looking fine. As the Aurelion Soul, it's going to whiff as the flash came through for Peridian. But Peridian is now alone against 5. And with one Nexus turret left on blinking health bars and super minions barreling down, you have to imagine that this is the end of the game and the end of the tournament right here for Better Than Kreamypie's team. And it was a good shot. It was a good attempt, but not good enough, as that Nexus turret is going to get auto-attacked down by a Karthus. No, Jarvan. No, we get the... We're looking for the last hit. We're looking for the last hit on the Nexus, and we're farming kills. Now the Jarvan gets the last hit on the Nexus. And that is going to be the game. So, a salute to Better Than Kreamypie's team. So far on this stream, we've followed them through their entire journey through this tournament. And now their journey comes to an end. But I'm down for that continues onward. I don't know if we have the bracket updated yet. You know what? We're going to head to break, and I will keep you updated on the results of the tournament as they come in. We're probably going to be hopping into another match now, but we do need to get, the clerical details of that mapped out behind the scenes. You know how it is. Solo casting. Anyways, thank you for tuning in. We'll be back in just a few moments. It's me again. So, in front of you, yeah, in front of you, you can see the playoff bracket as we've assembled it. Our next match is going to be between Windrunners, and I'm down for that. You see that down there in match 9. I just thought I'd let you know about that. I hope you're as excited as I am. Hope to see you there in, a few minutes when the match gets sets up. It kind of needs to get set up. That's pretty important. So, woo, enjoy some more Champion theme music as we head back into a little bit of a break. I think I'm going to leave this up for everyone this time, though. That might be good. At least for a couple minutes before we shift back to the BRB screen. Anyways, hope you enjoy. Just a little quick update. We are, as you can see here, in lobby, so the game's going to be starting very, very shortly. That's about it. On your screen, you can see the champions that each team is going to be able to pick through. Again, we're going to wait for them to actually get through their draft before we show anything out of competitive integrity concerns. Okay, so here we go. We are just about to get started here, as this matchup is going to be between... pardon me. Stretching. This matchup is going to be between the Windrunners on the blue side, and I'm down for that over on the red side. You can see, for the Windrunners, it's going to be our first time following them on this stream, so we're going to start with them, and you know what? It's the only people we can start with because their names are showing up because you spectator blue side, you know, things like that. So, starting from the captain down, it's going to be Unork over on the Nico. Then it's going to be Kite It. Yes, Kite It on the Fiora. Then it's going to be Shroud of Zone. Oh no, we might have a sub. Anyways, it is going to be Tree Hugger on the Vex. It's going to be Your Mom My Thick. Oh. Anyways, it's going to be Your Mom My Thick on the Alistair, and it's going to be Yankee on the Kazakhs. Over on the other side of the map, it's going to be Varus, Poppy, Aphelios, Brand, and Talia. You can see not a lot of tanks in this game, so this is going to be, well, every game has been high action, but you can imagine this one might be even more so. Of course, when you lack sufficient engage, games can turn into more of a stalemate. At any rate, over on the side of I'm down for that, it's going to be an absolute poke fest. The Varus, the Brand, the Talia, the Aphelios, all coming at you from really high range. They are going to be really devastating if they're able to get a pick, which they do have tools for that. You have the Talia W? Yeah, because E is worked ground, or E is the rock unraveling. You have Talia W with the seismic shove. You have Varus ult, you have Poppy ult and Poppy wall slam, and you also have Aphelios ult plus W, which, do you use that one? I don't know, you give up a lot of damage. At any rate, there's some crowd control there as well. There's a lot of pick, And on the other side, you have the very clear, big, flashing red sign that says, I'm Alistair. I want to engage on you. So he will be the go button for their team. So now, you see us. We are loading in, getting ready to go. And you see now who's playing what. It's going to be a set of numbers on the Varus. It's going to be Entropy on the Lollipoppy. It's going to be Ladsy on the Aphelios. It's going to be Big Chino 28 on the Brand. And it's going to be M1844 on the Talia. We get rid of the timeline. We zoom out a little bit. And we get ready to go. You see the Fiora purchasing a Tiamat. Let's look at who purchased what. It's going to be Lost Chapters, it's going to be tank items, it's going to be tiers, it's going to be, ooh, an ARAM starting item for the Kazakhs. Now that is exciting. Also for the Poppy with the Guardian's Horn, as that's an instantaneous engage by Treehugger, who's going to dash onto them with a Snowball and get the Fear onto 4, but level 3, not a lot of follow-up on that available, especially because the set of numbers is still in base so far. So we don't have a pause coming out, so which they could have done. A little fist bump from the side of the Windrunners. Trying to initiate another fist bump is Unork, and they're gonna respond again. As it looks like it's a lethality Varus this time, but no time for that as Entropy's going down. Yerma My Thick is going to put the brand passive onto everyone, but is going to survive that. The Alistair quite potent with the just. Something that goes under the radar with Alistair is his passive, which is just going to steadily heal people up as minions die around him. It is quite potent in ARAM, as are many things about that champion in ARAM, especially against a team like this where you can really jump in. Probably going to die a lot, but a lot of that as well, as that was an excellent stalwart defense. Oh my god, what is Poppy W called? Let's find out, shall we? Steadfast Presence. The steadfast presence from the Poppy makes it absolute hell to play for Fiora, but that one was done reactively. That wasn't just a champion mismatches. Big Chino 28 not going to die there, surprisingly, but Yankee diving in too deep. Now Big Chino 28 is going to go down a 1-for-1, but Entropy is now way out of supports, and they are going to live as they flash away, but it's going to cost the health bars of a lot of members of I'm down for that. So, a little bit of poke coming out again, but not a lot as I might have expected from the side of I'm down for that. Yankee, very, very low, as that's going to be one dead Varus. It's going to be one dead Poppy, and that was just a superb Nico route coming through on them, as that's another kill coming through, this time on Talia. Now, Fiora's looking for the dive. Are they going to find it? No, they're not going to find it, but it was ambitious, and it was fun to see. However, the shutdown going over to the Brand. The Brand can be really, really devastating if it gets rolling here. So you don't necessarily want to give your shutdowns there. But, you know, you gotta die and reset sometime, as Yankee is going to do just, well, is going to make Big Chino 28 reset as the Brand goes down and goes back to base. You see, one Clarity. I believe they were running one Clarity last time as well when they were running the Aurelian Soul Karthus comp. So it looks like I'm down for that. A big fan of the single Clarity in ARAM. Not necessarily a bad choice, but probably not that likely to be going with everyone constantly being slaughtered. As the wave clear's gonna come in. Just a little bit more wave clear, as that Kazakhs W might cost him his life, but it's the Vex coming in over the top who's gonna do the damage, but it's gonna cost 2 lives back on the side of the Windrunners. So it's a 2-for-2 on that turret dive, as more poke coming out of that Nico. That Nico Q really doing work on the backline, just constantly camping in those brush, as Your Mom My Thick on the Alistair is going to go ahead and just eject themselves out after they go in and press a Q button and a W button, as Alistair does. A little bit of poke on a set of numbers, but now a big engage coming in a Nico ult on top of it, and that is going to be just an absolute wipe of a clean ace in a blink of an eye, really. That fight was over, as it was just an absolute slaughter. The ultimate from Vex and Nico just doing the massive teamfight damage after the Alistair Q engage off of the snowball. So, their health bars aren't even that low. There's no guarantee that they actually lose the next fight, but we'll see how it goes. That's going to be the Kha'Zix Yankee jumping in again, assassinating the Varus. That's going to be Talia stepping forward, and that's going to be now Your Mom My Thick on the Alistair going down. So now the health bars are flashing, but the Kha'Zix is going to continue to look for the poke. You see the Ravenous Hydra purchased by the Fiora there. That can do a lot of work in the team fight, as again, those EQs from Nico from the brush are just doing absolute massive damage onto the side of I'm down for that, as Yankee jumps in again, and this time he's gonna get 2 kills. He's gonna get 3 kills. He's gonna get 4 kills, but the bug's gonna have to stop there. But his team won't, as that is another ace. This time, only 1 death in return. And you can see the work that this Kha'Zix is putting in. 11 kills at 5 minutes and 50 seconds for this Kha'Zix. And we'll see something when the Kha'Zix respawns, as this time Windrunners are just going to go ahead and go in there and die for resets. We'll get another big fight soon, more than likely. But for the moment, it looks like you see Kha'Zix camping out there. Look at just throwing out some W's. You can see the ARAM buffs for Kha'Zix. 20% tenacity, 10% increased damage done, 90% damage taken. Kha'Zix is an absolute monstrosity in ARAM when he gets going, and he's not very CC'able either. And you have to imagine this is kind of outside of the Poppy, because a properly played Poppy is going to stuff the Kha'Zix engage, but the problem is there's so much engage. Poppy can get completely overwhelmed, as the amount of dashes coming through can just, you have one steadfast presence, just one. You gotta stop an Alistair. You gotta stop a Fiora. You gotta stop a Vexel. You gotta stop a Kha'Zix. You've gotta stop an Alistair. You've gotta stop a Nico. Well, Nico doesn't have any dashes. Well, anyways, you have to stop 4 people. Does it stop snowball? I think you're untargetable with snowballs. Anyways, the engage coming through, and that is a set of numbers going down. It is the Fiora going to town on Entropy, but not quite able to get it, as Yankee's going to go down now on the Kha'Zix, and Treehugger is going to go down as well. However, it's Unork doing the damage underneath the turret, and at the end of the day, it was too deep on the dive, but my god, they're just having fun, and that is a 4 for 3. Yeah, 4 for 3 in the favor of I'm down for that. But you have to imagine that Nico wasn't expended. That can do some absolute damage on the back end, as he's looking for it, and he does get the EQ onto Ladzy. Ladzy now low, Entropy now dead. Too far forward there, as now the snowball lands on a set of numbers, and a set of numbers is going to be having a bad time, or is he? As he goes down as well. You see that little micro stun from the Talia rocks there. As something I guess I haven't mentioned yet, actually, is they do have secondary dash reduction in the form of the Talia, who has the micro stun when you dash over her rocks as well, which does quite a bit of damage as well. It's devastating, really. But now it's going to be Treehugger caught out, but Treehugger is going to slay a set of numbers and going to go down in return. So now the Nico clone gets a little bit of focus fire, but now it's most of the damage onto the Alistair, and the Alistair is dead. Your Mom My Thick going down the cow in the bush. What is a cow in a bush worth? Half of one in the hand, I suppose. Have to have pretty big hands to hold a cow. Food for thought, everyone. Or food for dinner, if it's a cow. Steak joke. Funny, yes, I know, I'm hilarious. Anyways, that's actually a Verisult landing on Yankee, but Yankee's gonna immune window it with the dash, but it's just not quite enough, and here comes the Vex over the top. Here comes the engage from the Nico, and here comes the damage as Treehugger's looking for more. Didn't get the ult reset by the looks of it, but now it's going to be the Verisult over the top, the Aphelios ult, pardon me, as they're gonna continue trying to chase Entropy, but it's gonna fizzle out. So, a lot of ults expended. In fact, every ult expended outside of the Alistair ultimate, who came back after an initial pick there, and now it's another dive. Here it comes as the Fiora stopped, Entropy still surviving, and Treehugger's down, and that one was a 3-for-1 dive. So, again, in the favor of, I'm down for that. But the question is, you keep playing on the other side of the map. You see that Kha'Zix's waiting in the wings in the bush, just looking for an assassination, and he's gonna get it. That's a dead Varus. You could tell from the moment he stepped into that bush, he was no more, as that's going to be another champion dead. The reset's coming through for Kha'Zix, as the Kha'Zix is just jumping around and doing huge amounts of damage, but it's not quite enough as he jumps one bridge too far, and it's going to be the range sniping him out, the bug squashed against the snow. So, here we go. Again, that's going to be a Taliyah W, but the parry comes through. Now the Taliyah's dead. Extremely dead. Unbelievably dead. As the Alistair still has now expended his ultimate previously, is going to live for now, but the turret's now dead. And here comes Kite It going in against Ladsy, not gonna find the kill. And here's Treehugger, who's trying to get Big Chino 28 off of him, and he will succeed in doing so. As Entropy, chasing forward, just gonna cue the wave. Looking for something though, as here comes Your Mom My Thick. Gonna knock the Varus in. That could be really impactful, as the Bug's gonna find his prey, and gonna find more prey potentially, but the Wall Slam is gonna smash him against. And bug juice splatters everywhere. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. As now the Poppy's still chasing forward, looking for Treehugger, but the question is he going to be able to find it? No, not yet. Maybe eventually. I don't know. We'll see. The Fiora W is going to go in. That actually was an interesting interaction there. Did he parry the... I guess he didn't... I don't think he got the stun. Anyways, that was a lot of damage there as Nico ult's going to come over the top and is going to kill the Taliyah in the bush. Is going to not kill anyone else, but Treehugger's got it on lock. As Treehugger was at 5 HP, he was looking like prey for the Poppy for a little while there, but now Treehugger is going to come back with a vengeance, going to die eventually, but the little bit of blinking health bar was enough to do its work, as now the rest of the team cleans up the team fight. The Windrunners advance again. This time, they get an inhibitor for certain with, you can see the death timers left on the side if I'm down for that. It's 40 to 28 in the kills. It's feeling really lopsided, but only 2,500 the difference in the gold as Kha'Zix, oh my god, that damage. That was a WQ non-isolated, I believe. That did about 65% of the health bar of the Taliyah, and honestly, we don't know about overkill. It was extremely dead Taliyah. But 18 kills, 18 kills with the Hubris completed, with the Miramana completed, and the 3 Adam Kha'Zix. Actually, let's take a look at the gold. That's a 11. Oh, no time to look at the gold. That's a Nico ultimate over the top, and it's going to take out the carries in the backline. Both 80 carries are down. Both Poke Champions down. And here comes Alistair tanking up the turrets, looking for more. Not quite able to find it, but you see the damage from that Vex Q onto M1844. Now Entropy, again, fishing for something, but it's really hard to find something about this amount of disengage, this amount of dashes on the opposite team. Poppy has a hard time walking up and just finding these, but he's going to try to slam somebody against a wall. Can't quite find it. So now, another opportunity. May arise soon, but not in this exact instant. As Poppy walking quite far forward of the team, M1844 taking a lot of poke there, and they're dead. They're dead. That's a Vex ult, and that's another Vex ult landing. Oh, Varus! Just taking 80% of his health bar, but this time Treehugger is going to be the one to go down. This time diving just a little bit too far deep as Entropy's looking for something, trying to find that Nico. The Nico ult is up and used, but only on one person in backline, but it doesn't matter because Yankee's killing everyone! He's slain them all! He killed their entire backline by himself, just leaping in and leaping around. Eventually, the turrets take him down, but it's not enough. It's too late. as this game might just, no, it's not over. Not over just yet, as it's 2v2 on the map, and it's going to be hard to get through these turrets, but you're looking at an absolute slaughter of a game right now. I don't know that outer turret's taken any damage, as you see just a little bit of scrap near the Nexus as the cleanup occurs, and now it's going to be Kaidet and Your Mom My Thick going down. So, M1844 is at very, very low health, so this next fight, Kha'Zix's probably going to be looking for a reset here, but the Poppy is moving in front, looking for it, and a W! A W just slaughtered him! He's dead. So, Talia, dead, and it did actually fair damage to Ladzy in a set of numbers, too, so I'm not sure what to do here in this situation. You're probably going to have full health members on both teams in just about 10 seconds. Yeah, there is. So I'm down for that is going to be able to defend their Nexus with a full 5 members. But the question is, nope, that's not going to land, but it required a flash and exchange. So now you have potential engage on the other side of the map. You have the snowball and the ult up on the Nico. And you see, highlight, you have the Zhonya's completed on the Nico. The next Nico ult could be massively impactful here, and it may not even be needed because you have the Vex ult that just got expended, but, 30 seconds or so. Give it 30 seconds, it'll be up again. The question is, do they wait for it? It's not looking like it, though. Restraint being shown. So, the Windrunners, on the precipice of victory in Game 1, but they're relying on that poke, my god. You would think that I'm down for that would have the more poke available to them, but that Kha'Zix's damage, that W is just going to town on I'm down for that. Just a little bit, exchange back and forth here as Entropy does indeed slam Tree Hugger into the wall, but it's the Nico ult! It's the Nico ult, and it's the Kha'Zix that find the entire backline, and that, you have to imagine, is going to be that. Maybe the brand can do something here, but there's no ult. The brand ult's been expended, and now it is Windrunners just advancing on the Nexus. They're coming at it from several angles. They're looking for more kills. Your Mom My Thick gonna engage over the top, and it's gonna be the Kha'Zix follow-up from Yankee. Now it's the Kha'Zix follow-up again, and that bug is just jumping all over the place. Unstoppable is the Kha'Zix, piloted by Yankee, and absolutely devastating with 26 kills at the end of this game. He will be the one to finish off the Nexus, and that is Game 1 in the favor of Windrunners. A dominating performance, a frustrating champion to play against in ARAM for the Kha'Zix, but nonetheless, an excellent game played. So now you can see we're already into the lobby for the next game. The team's getting ready quick. So it's going to just be a short little break here as we prepare for Game 2. We'll just look over here. You can see these were the drafts that were available to either team. This time they're going to be flipped. So, was Kha'Zix the issue? Maybe. Can anyone pilot it over on I'm down for that? Maybe. The question is, draft diff? Team diff? Let's find out. We'll give it a few minutes, though. Until then, enjoy some music.
Time feels like calm, and wind stands still. Run home, run home. As the crows make night of the fading sun, hide now, hide
just as a quick update, we are about to get into Champion Select right now. The teams are addressing their bodily functions at the moment, so just another minute or two, and then we're good to go. That's all. Hi there. Welcome back. So, what we have here is we have our draft for Game 2 of I'm Down for That versus the Windrunners. So, we have about 2 minutes left on our spectator delay, but, we're about to get into game here. So let's take a moment to talk about the drafts. On one side, you have I'm Down for That, who are playing Alistair, piloted by a set of numbers, Gangplank, piloted by Ladsy, Nocturne, piloted by Big Chino 28. I'm sorry, I'm actually kind of surprised to see Nocturne on an ARAM. I could see that being really devastating in a team environment, especially starting to look at the other champions available here. They also have a Gangplank ult to layer over the top and an Alistair engage. And LeBlanc as well with the lights turnout could be really, really devastating. That's an interesting combo. It's going to be wild to see how that turns out at 6. Of course, there is a glaring gemstone-laden man on the other side of the map who might be able to have something to say about a Nocturne combo. But regardless, when we get to that. Entropy, will be piloting the LeBlanc, and M1844 will be on the Janna. On the other side of the map, we have the Windrunners. They have Hui, Brand, Tarek, Mbeza, and Caitlyn. So, how's this going to play out? It's a good question. I'm interested to see how it goes. Brand is a champion that will be absolutely, completely, and totally screwed over by Nocturne Ultimate, and to be honest, pretty screwed over by most champions on the enemy team. They have a lot of mobility. They're probably going to be really spread out, so I don't think a Brand ult's going to be doing a lot of work here. There's only 2 real true frontliners. Gangplank, hybrid. More of a hybrid. A lot of barrel damage. And, Q shots and everything, even though he's technically melee, which, as a laner, certainly melee is a laner, but, well, except level 1, when he just shoots you in the face. Anyways, that'll be interesting. It's kind of a mix of dive on the enemy team there, on the opposing team, I should say, for the Windrunners. But now we can see who's piloting what. You see it's Your Mom My Thick on the Hui. It's going to be Tree Hugger on the Brand, which is a little bit ironic. for a creature of pure flame that burns down everything. And then it'll be Unork on Taric, Kite It on the Mbeza, which is, again, good name for the champion, Kite It. How you gonna kite Mbeza? Let's find out. And Yankee on the Caitlyn. Yeah, is that Arcane comp? I don't know. I suppose Janna and LeBlanc are Arcane, and so's Caitlyn and Mbeza. Indeed. Anyways, action's underway, and it's going to be the Taric flashing away to start. A set of numbers taking a lot of damage on the back end, and it's going to be Kite It just dashing in on the Mbeza, then dashing out, but they're not going to be able to dash out. So that's going to be First Blood going over to the Nocturne, but the Nocturne quick to fall in return, the kill going over to Unork on the Taric. Now a stun onto the Cow, and the Cow also lit on fire, but no stakes going to be served just yet, as a set of numbers is going to be able to limp away as the flames subside. As that's going to be a W in for LeBlanc, and it's going to be a quick chain onto Yankee as well. A W on the back end from the Brand, as we're going to zoom out a little bit so we can see a little bit more of the action. Good to see a little bit more of the action, as the Nocturne Q just going to poke out Yankee a little bit on the Caitlyn. But you can really see the range advantage here in the very early game for the side of the Windrunners, as they do have the Hui, the Caitlyn, the Brand, where not really any ranged champions on the other side of the coin, which that's a very difficult time to play for Gangplank, because you have a lot of people who want to hit your barrels and who will just, you know, Caitlyn can auto-attack from a mile away and get rid of your barrels, but that's going to be 2 kills. Sent right on over. 1 kill, pardon me, sent right on over, as the Cow is finally taken down. And a health shrine picked up. Yankee's still quite low in the back line. That tornado doesn't quite hit him, though it does hit Unork piloting the Taric, as that's going to be a nice barrel chain there from Ladsy. A set of numbers looking for it, but the Snowball's going to scout him out, and the Snowball is going to be taken by Kite It, who is really looking for some action here, and is going to dash right on out, baits Big Chino 28 into taking quite a bit of damage there. About half his health bar gone from that, as you see that LeBlanc Q poke in ARAM, man. LeBlanc, 110% normal damage. It's not as high as it used to be. I think she used to be 120% normal damage. I think they've done some ARAM changes since the last time I've really played it in earnest. But now, that's going to be Brand taking a little bit more poke there, but not quite the snowball that might have landed there. As LeBlanc just continuously, Entropy continuously Wing forward, getting a little bit of Q poke down to try to counteract that, as the set of numbers was a little bit slow on that Q, and as consequence, they were able to flash away, but it was still a good attempt at an engage. Now, Unork is caught out in a bad position. Is he going to fall? Not quite yet, as a set of numbers is going to boop the Kite It away, and indeed, Unork still alive! Still alive! Still alive! And that is going to be an absolute sweep on the other end of it, as Kite It does fall on the Mbeza, but now blinking health bars all around. Yankee, funnily enough, after all of that damage done to him early, is going to be the one with the highest health bar left on the map, as he does take a shot down at Ladsy. However, the Gangplank had eaten an orange and is okay for now, ish, okay-ish, as the LeBlanc's gonna dash in and assassinate the Brand. Now, here comes our first Nocturnal. It's gonna take out one after the previous kill. Now it's Entropy hunting down your mom, I think, and he is going to get it. Now the Mbeza is going to dash in. The Mbeza caught on the wrong side of the team, as the Alistair is going to play bouncer and keep Mbeza up against the wall, and Mbeza will fall as Entropy claims another kill. You see that LeBlanc starting to get fed. 4 kills on it now. On the other side of the map, 204 for the Caitlyn, quite strong, but is going to need to eventually die to be able to spend any of that cash accumulated. So, more tornadoes just thrown out, and you have to imagine that with the Alistair ult is up. He could attempt an engage, but there's not a lot of follow-up tools, as Ladsy was in the wrong place, wrong time, brother, as that bush was a death trap. Here comes the Terracold over the top. The entire team of Windrunners was immune. Now they're out of it, but that was enough to win the fight as Unork just gonna dash forward and pummel that Wind Goddess up against the turret with his hammer? I think he is a hammer. Mace? That's a mace. That's definitely a mace from Tarek. As now, Alistair goes in, ulted from a set of numbers, but just was not enough to live that straight into 5 people without a lot of follow-up as he got pulled in there. And now that's 3 healthy members, 2 unhealthy members, just around half health. But the Tarek could keep topping them upward, as I believe the Caitlyn still hasn't died, so the Windrunners are looking pretty damn good right now, as that's more poke down onto the Ulster caught in the Caitlyn trap. But now, here comes the LeBlanc, and down goes the LeBlanc, as that was the engage, and now I'm down for that, is looking for follow-up. Big Chino 28 trying to slay Treehugger, but now caught out, and the backline kited. The backline kited properly as Unork's on the wrong side of the map, but now let's see how the rest of the fight goes. A lot of low health bars, except for your mom my thick on the Hui, who is going to, I guess, attempt to zone, but that LeBlanc is looking for blood. The ultimate is just about up on the LeBlanc alongside the Ignite. Any one of those carries could be assassinated at any given point, assuming the play is perfect. And there it goes. The WR onto the Brand. The Brand is down. Here comes the Nocturnal. Down goes the Caitlyn. So now, neutered is the side of Windrunners. Their backline eviscerated, as it's now a 4v2. But the question is, how much can they push? Their engage tools are spent. So now, they just have to wait for Jonna to get back up, and the rest of the team on the other side will respawn as well. You see that Caitlyn has spent their gold. An Infinity Edge first item to go alongside their ARAM starting items. So you're looking at a very powerful Yankee. They absolutely eviscerated, I'm down for that, on the Kazakhs last game. So the question is, can they do it again here on the Caitlyn? Of course, the Nico play was absolutely out of this world, as well as was the Vex play as well last game too. So, I mean, honestly, solid stuff all around. But, you know, standouts, highlights, always good to have those, as that's a collector on the Nocturne. Is that a build? I don't think I've ever seen that before. I was expecting Axiom Arc. You know what, I respect the hell out of it, though. As there's the engage from the Alistair, as the Alistair is going to get feared and knocked away, and here comes the Jonna, trying to jump into the middle of everyone, trying to go for a wind sec, but the wind sec was nothing doing, as that's going to be the Alistair knocking around the Tarek, and Unork's looking dead, so now here comes the rest of the fight. You have 2 ranged carries, and you have a fighter against a lot of disengage here. But it's an open question of what they can do. Is Entropy little bit of a trade there, maybe not necessarily in their favor, as Yankee was able to respond to that properly in time. A set of numbers was looking for it, but not able to crowd control that Mbeza for long enough, as Mbeza has about 8 trillion dashes because she was released in 2024? Yeah, she wasn't released in 2025. She was released in 2024, yes. So, the Nocturne going to die. I do wonder if that one was intentional by Big Chino 28. You can see him pinging his ult being up now, but it wasn't going to do much at 20% HP. So, a set of numbers steps too far forward, and that's going to be steak for dinner for the side of the Windrunners. And Bessa seems like somebody who eats a lot of meat. You know? I can't say the same for... Well, I don't know. Caitlyn and Arcane was pretty brutal. Well, anyways, you hear the Gangplank ult coming down, and there's the Nocturnal. The question is, where's the rest of the follow-up? The Alistair is still coming back from base, not quite there yet, so a little bit of a desync, and the Engage ults, the Gangplank ult, and the Nocturnal expended for the side of I'm down for that. I'm not sure how much they're going to get for that, because all ults, except for the Tarek ult, are ready on the side of Windrunners, and now the Nocturne is dead again, and the LeBlanc is dead, and now it's an Alistair out in the middle of everyone, but New York doesn't care. He's just diving the turret, trying to kill the Gangplank by himself. Is he gonna get it? No, he's not. But you know, he tried. The Gangplank is eventually shot down by the rest of the team as the Hui and Caitlyn have their way with him. And that is going to not be an ace because members respawn, but it was pretty close as there's a WR by the LeBlanc blowing up the carries. But is it enough? It doesn't look like it. That Hui, though, looking low as here comes the R, the Spiraling Despair doing work, but not enough as that LeBlanc is going to survive just fine. And that LeBlanc is going to... Unork on the Tarek was looking... Got a little blood in his eyes, a little bit of garnet in those gem eyes there. As he will go down. But that's a very, very, very bloodthirsty Tarek looking for it. You see that Jack Show purchased. That's going to be a real tanky boy there. As the Imbeza just doing a little dash back. Little Jana Tornado finding its mark onto the carries. So this game definitely in Windrunners' favor, but... With damage like that, the backline is maybe not long for this world, though now it's a 3v4. And here comes the team onto a set of numbers, but it's going to be Ladsy, actually, who says, "My kill!" and goes into the backline, shoots down the brand, and I didn't know you could kill fire with a gun, but apparently you can. And you know what else you can kill? You can kill a Wind Lady with a pair of axes. And Imbeza slays Janna. So, 3 members alive for the Windrunners. You know, it's a shame that the Windrunners didn't play Janna when they had the chance. That would have been that would have been really perfect thematically for them. Indeed. Must not care much about thematics. Shame on them, just care about winning. Though they could make Janna run. Oh, that's an engage onto your mom, my thick. And the LeBlanc isn't quite going to be able to finish it off, but the Gangplank does. So now that's going to be 4 very healthy members against 4 fairly healthy members. Oh, look, 3 fairly healthy members because the Nocturnal wasn't up yet. And the Nocturne's down, and it's a double kill for the Caitlyn. Now, Yankee again advancing. 13, 2, and 15, by the way. That Caitlyn is looking damn terrifying right now. But now she'll hit the turret as the Imbeza looking to dive. Kaidet says, "Alright, let's kill some more people." And Yankee is indeed going to kill some more people. That's 15 kills on the Caitlyn now, by the way. As there's the Nocturne saying, I'm gonna finish that off now. No more of that thing, thank you very much. As now the LeBlanc is going to take a second kill for herself. Your Mom My Thick has killed the LeBlanc on the other end, though. And now, at the end of the day, it's just a set of numbers against a Hui and a Tarek. I don't think anyone's dying anytime soon here, but now Ladsy's back. So now it's looking like more of a scrap. Here comes the Gangplank damage, but the Gangplank damage isn't going to find anybody with the barrels, just the ult continuing to hit down on Unork. And Ladsy in the back is trying to gun him down, and he does, indeed. That is a painter being slain by a pirate. And that is a... Ooh, is that a Heartsteel proc? Oh. Didn't collect it. Well, Unork lives, and that's going to be a set of numbers dying. Now, you can see a little bit of an item discrepancy between the two teams. You see 3.5 by the... Oh, God, I want to see that gold. 12,000 gold on the Caitlyn, but also on the other side, you see the shutdowns going into effect alongside those 12 kills. The LeBlanc, quite rich herself, 3.5 items there as well. So again, the backline in constant danger from the LeBlanc. If she can manage to assassinate a couple of them, they're liable to win the fight. The big problem for I'm down for that so far this game, it just hasn't felt like their ults have been coordinated. But this time they do get the engage. Now on to Tarek. Now Big Chino is going to die. Again, a little bit of desync as the Gangplank ult wasn't ready yet. And that's going to be Entropy trying to look for a way into the fight, but Entropy ain't gonna find it. And a set of numbers, his crowd control isn't gonna do anything by itself. And that is a clean ace. That was an absolute slaughter of a fight. And that is probably going to be the game. You're looking at 5 seconds on the Nocturne. You're looking at 7 more seconds on the Gangplank, 7 seconds on the Janna. They almost certainly have the damage to finish this off, and if they do, that will be a 2-for-0 in the favor of the Windrunners, as they just take I'm down for that to town. Will they finish it off, though? Oh my god, look at that Caitlyn damage. That was half of the health bar off of Big Cheeto and 1 auto attack from that headshot crit. And now it's going to be Yankee versus Ladzy, and the ult fires off, but ultimately it's going to be Unork who slays him. And finally, the Windrunners will finish off the Nexus. An absolute banger of a game. You saw another incredible performance out of Yankee, just absolutely eviscerating I'm down for that on the Caitlyn. As you look at the damage chart at the end of that, and you can see 41,498 damage from the Caitlyn. That is as much... You know what? That's a lie. I was about to say it was as much as any 2 members combined on the other side of the map, but actually, you see that LeBlanc actually putting in a lot of work, the Gangplank actually doing quite a damage. So, you know what? It was a good match, but my god, that was some excellent kiting. Excellent target prioritization by the AD carry on the side of the Windrunners. That was some excellent play. That was very entertaining. And now, we have another match in just a few minutes. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for continuing to listen. I'm Thomas. Here's some music, and here is a BRB screen. Hi there, everyone. Just as a quick update, so you can see the... Oh, no, you can't. Hi. So you can see the bracket on your screen now. We are going to be casting the final game of the winners bracket, which is going to be the Aramateurs against Czech PayPal. And then the bottom side of the bracket is going to be Wind Traders against Windrunners. That one is going to be on the main channel, casted by our lovely tournament host himself. So, we'll be doing that in just a few minutes. And in the meantime, yeah, more BRB screen and music and things like that, but you can see the game is about to get underway. Yes. Oh, hi. How are you all doing, everyone? So, as you can see, we are about to get into the final match of the winners bracket, and then whoever wins the losers bracket will move forward to face the winner of this match, which the winner of this match is probably going to be sitting out for a game then, I suppose. Yes, that is indeed the way brackets work. So, as you can see here, this match is going to be between Check PayPal, who have Airbus, Cali Love. No, I think they may have a sub actually. So you know what? Let's just talk about it when we get there actually. But on the other side, we can list the members of every team on the Aramateurs. Again, Aramateurs versus Check PayPal. On the Aramateurs, it is going to be Just False X. On the Cannon, it's going to be Bob the Sledder. On the Braum, good snow-related name for Braum, really. Reformed Monkey on the Twitch, KDN on the Cassiopeia, and Amethyst on the Jarvan the Fourth. And on the other side, you'll have Check PayPal, who are playing Kane, Jace, Vel'Koz, Tarek, and Lysandra. So, how are these comps going to play? Well, that's a good question. Yep. There's going to be a lot of engage at 6. The Terrical could be, my god, the Terrical could be incredibly impactful against the Kennen. So we're going to see how that... Oh, also the Jarvan. Yeah, Tarek could really deal well with the Twitch Jarvan Kennen combination. Twitch, bafflingly, actually has damage buffs on ARAM, which is interesting, probably because he's a fairly... You don't see that a lot in older champions like Twitch. He actually is a fairly high mastery curve champion, which is interesting. For example, I'm not an AD carry player. When I play Twitch, I get my ass handed to me. It's really not pretty. It's not great at all. It's not. I pretty much look like you would expect a rat with a gun to look, which is... Rats have tiny little grippy hands. They're not... They're... Okay, rats are adorable. I've actually owned rats, and they're fantastic pets. But they couldn't shoot a gun very well, is I guess what I'm getting at here. And what we're getting at here is into game. Isn't that exciting? So, as we head in, we have... Ooh, Kennen MD. That's always a nice splash art. We have Airbus on Kane. Frostylux on Forsaken Jace. Fortilux, pardon me. Nutjuice on Vel'Koz. Cali Love on Tarek. And It's KP on Lissandra. Now let's see what items everyone's purchasing. As we do indeed. Ooh, immediate heal reduction for the Cassiopeia with the Tear of the Goddess. Now that's an interesting choice. You don't usually see people making team-wide purchases like that, but trying to negate the poke from the Tarek early, as you see a lot of scrapping happening immediately. As we'll zoom out here for everyone. A lot of scrapping happening here immediately. But there is some decent disengage and defensive lines on either team. There's also a little bit of poke to be thrown around, but not enough to be, like, immensely, immediately impactful and slay anyone. As that's the Jarvan going in. On to Nutjuice. Nutjuice really went in on there, and Nutjuice goes down. Bob the Sledder will go down on the Braum, but blocked a lot of damage for his team, and that is going to allow the Kayn to fall. Now it's going to allow the Lissandra to fall, and that is going to be a 4-for-1 in the end of it. So, really great early fight here by the Aramateurs. And that's going to be a kill sent over in return to the Jace. So, Kayn was looking for it. Airbus really looking for that damage, but not quite able to go in just yet. You have to imagine that Kayn is really wanting to scrap as early as possible. I think he's probably going... That's probably Red Kayn. But also, something of note here, a lot more ARAM starting items in this game than we've seen in previous games, and that's... It says something that this is the winner's bracket finals. They're really going for early game power and scrapping, as the Lissandra went in there, just did the little snowball trick, I believe, where you snowball in, you E backwards, you W, and then you take your E hook out. But that is another form of poke on ARAM, which you can see a lot of poke starting to get layered down. Airbus looking for the damage on the Kayn, just serving as a form of pseudo-engage going in alongside the Lissandra. And here comes Amethyst over the top in reply. And that's going to be a 1 kill, it's going to be 2 kills, it's going to be 3 kills, it's going to be 4 kills. And there they go. That is actually, no, yeah, that's Aramateurs, actually, pardon me. That's Aramateurs absolutely going to town, and my god, look at all those Frost Ghosts. And that is Aramateurs going underneath the turret and finishing themselves off there, as they will all go down. But there you go, you see the item purchases coming in, and they'll be looking for a scrap pretty much as soon as they're back, probably. However, something to note here is you do see level 6s starting to approach. We'll see how those impact the game. You see that Braum just about to tick over, the Twitch very close to ticking over, and when they do, the question will be, how much damage is the Terrical going to negate? You do see, no, that's still no form on Kayn just yet. For a second that looked like Blue Kayn, but that's probably just because he was in the wall. As the W thrown out by Twitch. A little bit of poke attempted by Vel'Koz. But still, we slow down. So that was a couple of really good fights for the Aramateurs, but at the end of the day, it's 8-7. The gold very, very close, but Czech PayPal is on the back foot for the time being. We'll see how sixes affect that. Nut Juice quite low on the Vel'Koz, and that is a Herrick ult. And that is... That's a Kennen ult in reply, and the Kennen ult does a lot more than that Taric ult did, and that's Aramateurs just absolutely steamrolling Czech PayPal. I assume fat-fingered Taric ult was their go sign, and they took the go sign and they wiped the floor with Czech PayPal. Indeed, Czech PayPal. So now that's going to be Airbus going down, but still going forward is the Aramateurs. And they are going to go just a bit too far forward here. But again, it's the same thing as before. I think there's an understanding here that they need to get resets to be able to play this game out properly. They aren't being greedy, not trying to get too much deaths. That is, as the saying goes in the League community, a good death. Because they're all back about the same time as that minion wave crashes into their turret, and they're back with completed items. The Roa already completed on that Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, come to think of it, I think does she get the extra movement speed that she got as a compensation for the feats getting put into the game in ARAM? Oh my god, she might. Huh. She's probably a lot better on this game mode then. Of course, I don't really know. Maybe that wasn't an oversight. Maybe they did address that. I can't say I followed patch notes quite closely enough to know that information, but it's a thought. It's certainly a thought, as the Kennen's going to get stunned up, but Bob the Sledder is going to have a shield in the way to defend his team. Twitch, lurking around. He wants an ult. He's thinking about it, but no engage to be had just yet, as Bob the Sledder will jump in front of him to prevent any engage onto his unstealthing Twitch. You see the marks being pinged. They're ready. They're ready to go in this winner's bracket, game one. Final game one, pardon me. Just a little bit of poke there from the Jace onto the Braum. So the question is, if we see a properly used Taric ult, what will it do? The answer, it doesn't matter yet, as that's a Jarvan ult over the top. But it looks like so far they might be disengaging well enough. But the Kennen ult has come, and the Kennen ult has eviscerated the team, and now everyone's low. But just clinging on by the thread is the Aramateurs to win the fight. So, they'll all die, and everyone's dead. Everyone was dead for a few seconds there, after the turret executions come through. So an interesting fight, because you could see the ults desyncing there. And once that occurred, you see the Taric ult. I believe the Taric ult wasn't quite up yet, actually, come to think of it. That's an extremely long cooldown on it. As now, that's going to be more diving in, and that is a red cane, actually. Which, you kind of have to suspect that. That seems like the right play here. Red cane has come in, so the cane now has formed. That's a big, big, big power spike for the side of Czech PayPal. As now, that's just a little bit more Lysandre poke. It's that classic E snowballing combo that we talked about earlier. She can also, WQ. It can also be used as a secondary engage if you're just trying to catch people off their feet, which they've actually done a couple of times. You notice something about these teams at the end of the winner's bracket. They are coordinating their engages really well, as now that's Amethyst jumping in, and that's the Vel'Koz ult coming over on the other side. And now it's the Kennen ult, though, and the Kennen is going to find everyone alongside the Jarvan. Talk about your coordinated engages there, but the Kayn, Airbus, on the other side, not quite able to get it, as he is going to get gunned down by the Twitch. And at the end of the day, it's the Aramateurs who come out on top in that fight, and they do have a little bit of a minion wave this time. What can they do to this Taric is the question of the day. Bob the Sledder, pardon me, is going to go down, and so will the Taric. Now, Reformed Monkey going in, but ultimately that Lysandre ult, saved from the team fight, is going to get the cleanup kills in return. So now, not a lot of wave clear on the side of Aramateurs, still up for this. So, They're going to push forward on the side of Czech PayPal. How much damage are they going to be able to get done to the turret? Not enough. The Braum is going to do work to stop all the projectiles from coming in, as now the Tarek is going to, the Kane is going to take quite a bit of damage as the Tarek rejoins the fight. A snowball still on the Tarek, but not being taken, as you see the Cannon ult just now coming back off of cooldown. The spray and pray from the Twitch also off of cooldown as he's got an angle from the side. The Cannon ult from the bottom and the Twitch from the side, eviscerating the backline. Everyone's dead. Rat-tat-tat-tat. They all fall down. The poison doing its work as the engage comes from multiple angles, and that's going to be the inhibitor now for the Aramateurs. So far, Czech PayPal just hasn't been able to get anything going on their side of the map. They haven't been able to get any momentum. You see this, and I fully suspect it to happen again. Repeatedly, when they lose a fight, when they win a fight, they take an objective, then they die. And then enough people are up now, you see no minion wave. Crucially, no minion wave. You see them, you don't even see it on the mini-map now. No minion wave is spawned. The Czech PayPal has nothing to be able to push with. And you see that? 5 seconds on the death timer for Cassiopeia. That's the last person to res. Actually, Twitch is 1 second behind her, but... yeah, no, 1 second's difference. As the Jarvan's going to engage before the rest of the team gets there. We'll see how much that does, as it's a lot. It's a lot. It did a lot as the Kennen ult was ready. You could see their comms coming through, and that is a huge fight, again, despite the fact that the engage came through while members were still flying behind, back onto the map. The communication was just flawless for them to be able to flash forward. You see the Kennen ult on cooldown. You see the Kennen flash on cooldown now. The Kennen flash ulted to follow up with the Jarvan. The Twitch ulted behind him. The communication was flawless, and the engage was flawless. The snap engages. Now this time, not quite enough gold to spend, not quite enough HP lost, so the Aramateurs will indeed retreat back. Bob the Sledder just looking to delay them a little bit. You see the ults being pinged. Jarvan ult, Braum ult, Twitch ult. Kennen ult's basically up. But, you know, they're all ready, just about, and when they are, they're going to hit that go button, though they don't have as many flashes as engages this time, but the Jarvan could snowball in as well. Here he attempted to go, just throwing a flag in there for vision. Now he takes it. Now they're pressuring, and here comes the Lissandra, doesn't take the claw, and now Lissandra gets engaged on. The Vel'Koz ult over the top, doing a lot of damage here, and this time it looks like Czech PayPal may have found their fight. A lot of damage onto the backline. Every ult expended except for one. The Kennen ult still up. The Kennen ult still waiting. And here comes the Kane, here comes the Kennen, and there goes most of the team as that Q crucially misses from Just False X, and he's gonna clean it up. He's gonna clean it up. He outplayed them. He outplayed them all. He got his auto attacks in. He pressed his W button, and the squid died. The man of gems died. Actually, I think that was Kane at the end there. The Kane died, and now he's dead because Lissandra came back as its KP goes in over the top and freezes the Yordle to death. One drink of water later, pardon me. You know, something interesting to note here is Braum sitting at 0 farm. They've actually allocated their farm. This is something you see in a lot of these games, is teams will actually allocate their farm to funnel gold into the people who need it most. Braum not taking any. The Jarvan not taking much, as there comes the Kennen ult! The Jarvan ult over the top as well, and that's the engage they were looking for. However, the Kane onto the backline, trying to get rid of that Twitch, but the Twitch just barely survives, cannot be taken down by the divers, and that's a 4-for-1 in the favor of the Aramateurs as they advance forward, and with 12 seconds on the shortest death timer, you have to imagine they're going to do some damage to the base this time. The Twitch still alive for that auto attack damage. And here we go. How much are they going to be able to get done? The Jarvan flag for the attack speed. There is one Nexus turret going down. The Braum is blocking the projectiles. Dashing in is the Jarvan to try to dissuade them while the Nexus turrets are hammered down on. You can see how practiced the Aramateurs are at this, as now they're finally going to get wiped, but it is going to take ult expenditures to do it. The question is, are those going to be up? Probably. They're probably going to be up for the next fight, but there's no guarantee of it. The Taric ult still has quite a bit of time on it, but that was 2 Nexus turrets down. Ultimately, that was 2 Nexus turrets down, and look at that. The Infinity Edge purchased on the Twitch. The Void Staff purchased on the Kennen. The Cassiopeia now at 10 Rod of Ages stacks. Can they defend this turret? No, they can't. They can't defend this turret. No shot. But that will be a small victory in the favor of Czech PayPal. Yeah, that Roa fully stacked, the Rylai is done, the Cassiopeia is looking very, very fed as well. They've kind of been under the radar because they're not one of the big primary engagers on this team, but the follow-up damage is crucial here. I'm interested to see the damage charts at the end of the game because the big flashy Kennen Jarvan ults, the big flashy Twitch damage over the top from side angles, looks incredible, but I'm honestly curious to see how much damage Cassiopeia does at the end of this game. Also, Vel'Koz, the Vel'Koz ults, the Lifeform Disintegration Ray, I believe it's called, from the Vel'Koz has really been ticking people away, as that's Nutjuice looking for it, Nutjuice being able to find it. And that's going to be a Kayn going into the backline, but now a Kennen coming back the other side, and that's going to be a 4-4. No, 5-for-0. Yeah, 5-for-0. I thought Reformed Monkey died there. He lived. And that's it. That's it. The Aramateurs win game 1 of this best of 3 in dominating fashion. Some really flawless engages showed there as now we wait for game 2. And we ask the question that we always ask. Draft diff? Team diff? Well, we're about to find out because the pools of champions are going to swap. Until then, we'll be back. little bit of a longer break than normal there, but we're back. And we only have 20 seconds, 25 seconds, until we get into Game 2 of the match of the winners bracket final. So, you can see a lot of run back, well, not run back so much as run back of your opponent's draft happening over on the blue side. The components of the Engage are intact. The Jarvan, the Kennen, the Braum, still intact. The Vex also added to it with the Aphelios on the back line. On the other side, we'll talk about it in just a second. As we load in here, you see it's Airbus on the Jarvan, it's Fortilux on the Aphelios, it's Nut Juice on the Kennen, it's KP, it's KP on the Vex, it's Kalilove on the Braum. Then it's going to be a Reformed Monkey on the Jace, it's going to be Just False X on the Gwen, it's going to be KDN on Lysandra. It's going to be Bob the Sledder, now off of a Snow Champion and onto a tree on the Maokai. And it's going to be Amethyst on the Kiana. Kiana, interesting. You don't see a lot of that on ARAM, but you do see the assassin buffs that have come through for hers. The immediate engage is occurring. And that's going to be a dead tree, as that's going to not quite going to be able to be returned, as it's 2 for 0 so far in favor of Check PayPal. So, a quick win there for the team fight, but now the health bar is a little bit low for Check PayPal. What is the Aramateurs going to be able to do in the return? The answer is, that was the question, the answer is a lot. They're going to be able to do a lot in return. That's a 4 for 0 immediately. And only Jace and Maokai are left near full health as they attempt to dive, but here comes the Vex! That's a huge fear underneath the turret, as the Aramateurs attempt to do what they've been doing, which is int after they win a team fight. And indeed, they will be back in time, but the question is, what are Check PayPal going to get out of it? That was by the way, that was a very, very nice Vex sphere on the way back in. That was kind of beautiful to see, really, as there comes the Jace over the top to kill the Aphelios, and Amethyst is looking for more on that Kiana. But it's going to be Bob the Sledder who's going to go in on the Maokai. The Q's going to smash its KP against the wall on the Vex, but Vex is going to survive. So, it's 7 to 7 now. There was actually no kill traded in exchange for that, but a lot of health bars blinking as Amethyst now kills its KP on the Vex. The Vex will be back in 5 seconds, and we will see a relatively even health bar team fight when that occurs. I wonder what build the Maokai is going here. Yeah, they're going full tank here. Maokai, a lot of nerfs on ARAM, but the ult is unbelievably potent on this game mode. It might be stymied a little bit by the existence of the Braum, however, who can go ahead and just shield in front of it for the engage. But the Maokai Snowball WQ, is a really brutal combo that can be administered every 20 seconds or so, as that's going to be a Braum really, really chunked out there for Kalilove. And the advances are happening. You see 6s going to be ticked over soon. Well, Jace ult isn't very impactful at 6, is it? Lysandra, just about 80% of the way there, 85, 90. The Maokai ult just a little bit farther off, probably going to be a full wave behind, as the Jarvan, Airbus, looking for it, thinking about it. 6 is about to be ticked over. It's just False X going into the backline, though, and snip, snip! There goes the Aphelios and the Braum, but here comes the Kennen ult, and it's gone! Kennen just immediately deleted when he ulted, and at the end of this, it's going to be the Aramateurs standing in 5 for 0 fashion, unbelievably early for a clean ace like that. The Kennen, just not enough health to be going in, couldn't get the stun, just another second they needed to be able to win that fight for the team. However, eventually, it is indeed going to be the Aramateurs going down as the shutdown goes over the Jarvan, a double kill over the Jarvan. So, as per usual, we're inting after we win a team fight, and that is for tempo. But now, the question is, a lot of ults back up, but not the Kennen ult. Honestly, this game, a lot of it is going to be on Nut Juice and the proper use of that Kennen ult. The question, can they get it done? The answer, well, they don't have it up this team fight, and Airbus engaged very early, and this one's gonna be a wipe. Absolutely no shot of winning this fight without the Kennen ultimate ready, as Airbus is going to be taken down on the opposite side of the map, and Bob the Sledder says, no more blood for the trees. You drink that blood, grow strong. And now the Lissandra passive is going to take out the Kennen, and this game is looking interesting, shall we say, as Nut Juice is going to go down again. His ult still wasn't up, by the way. The pace of this game is just too fast for the long cooldown of the Kennen ultimate. And again, in go the Aramateurs. Absolutely no brakes on this machine. But now they'll die eventually as they use those health bars as a resource. So already at the Nexus, at the inhibitor, pardon me, at 5 minutes into the game. And the question is, can Check PayPal turn this around? You see the ults being pinged on the side of the Aramateurs. You see the Malignants now completed. A lot of emphasis on cooldown reduction. A lot of emphasis on getting everything up as quickly as possible for the Aramateurs. They know they can't play on the tempo of their opponents with their ults, so they're just pushing the envelope. And here they go. Lissandra into the backline. Now, here's a big Kennen ult, but there's no follow-up. There's nothing to follow it up. And you see, you're really missing that Twitch now. A Twitch here would have been able to, it seems like a very integral part of the team comp. And it's showing. The Aramateurs are steamrolling this game. It's 6 minutes in, the inhibitor's down, and they haven't lost a team fight. The kills do not tell the story of this game, as Amethyst goes in, here comes Airbus, he is going to trap them into Cataclysm, but they're already on the Nexus turrets at 6 minutes and 20 seconds in. Just False X gonna go down as well, but on the reset, this is looking rough. You know what? While it's looking rough, let's take a minute at the item purchases so far. You see, yep, 3 starter items were purchased on the side of the Aramateurs, and it was 2 purchased on the side of Check PayPal, as that's 4 Deluxe going down. This time, just the classic tempo int. And now, the question is, 10 seconds, yeah, he'll be up. So, we're going to get to see a clean fight with everyone's ultimates ready. That Kennen ult ready in just about 5 seconds. The Aphelios ult ready. But we saw that last time too. And the answer was there wasn't enough follow-up. There's a ton of dive on the other side too. The Kiana, the Lissandra, the Jace, the Maokai, the Gwen, all able to go in. All able to get on top of the carries, which there's only one, really. There's only one ranged carry in this entire game, and it's the Aphelios, and that's really not a great thing to experience, frankly, when there's a bunch of people trying to dive you as an immobile carry. So Airbus is going to get zoned out, the Kennen ult's gonna come in, but it's not enough, as the Kiana is going to knock 4 Deluxe against the turret, but the question is answered, as that is going to be snip snip, down goes the Aphelios. But it's going to be a tight fight. It's going to be very tight. Lots of blinking health bars. Cali Love is going to die to even just 1 Q press from the Kiana. Or is that a projectile? It doesn't matter. They're just hitting the Nexus turrets anyways. They don't care about the Braum. Eventually, they do take him down with a light tap as Cali Love falls. So Seeker's Arm Guard now purchased from the Vex. That could be critical in these fights. Kennen also with a Seeker's Arm Guard ready alongside that Hextech Rocket Belt. So can Check PayPal turn it around? One of their Nexus turrets is just about crumbling into dust, the other one intact. On the other side, the enemy outer turret is basically completely untouched. There hasn't been a single push-up to it so far this game. As Maokai goes in, gonna slam Airbus back. Airbus really looking for that engage, does find it, but there's no follow-up. Again, And here comes the Kiana ult. Nutjuice now looking for it, able to find an ult, but it's only on to Gwen and Maokai as Jace comes in as the cleanup crew. Aphelios does get a double kill, but he goes down himself. And now it's KP trying to find something. His ult back up now. If he can land it, this could be huge. The Braum's there for backup. And here comes the Jarvan again. Now it's the Jace dead. Now it's the Vex ult going in, gonna take out Lissandra. So only one Nexus turret falls. Some time bought, and honestly, that fight looked closer. That one getting closer. So check PayPal scaling? Maybe. They might be scaling. You know that thing about them being the only people in the game with a ranged carry? Well, Aphelios is on 2.5 items now. Looking pretty scary. Got the Eulons and the Infinity Edge ready. He can shred through probably anyone left in this game right now. No real huge frontliners for the side of, oh, it's KP is dead. And that is not going to be a return kill onto Amethyst, as the Kennen ult not quite going to get to the Kiana, as on the other side, it's going to be Airbus going down again, and that is a 1 for 5, pardon me. Ace, not a clean ace, but it's a dirty ace. A 1 for 5 there. Now Bob the Sledder taking the turret on the Maokai, just saying, screw it, I got this covered, which frees up the team to hit anyone who tries to interfere with them. Now that's a fear on Bob the Sledder. The Vex really looking for it, but the Vex is in trouble as the lady with the scissors is trying to scissor her down, but isn't quite going to be able to get it. So, Reformed Monkey, the lone survivor. Hey, I think that's the skin that he's playing. He's playing Arcane Survivor Jace. Wow. And now he's going to slay the Braum. The Vex, it's KP attempting to throw out an ult there. That could have been game-changing if it landed on Reformed Monkey. They could have actually gotten some turrets there, but instead, the poke lands from Jace, and the Shock Blast claims the Yordle. So Reformed Monkey getting a little bit of health back, and now it's a full HP Aramateurs barreling down the mid lane, the only lane, you might say, against Check PayPal. Slowly, quickly, firing off a Shock Blast, trying to find anyone who's hiding around the corner, as now the Maokai ult. The Snap Engage comes through. The Kennen, not able, now dead. The Kennen's dead. The Lissandra is dead. The Aphelios is dead, and now it's a scrap. Amethyst just really playing with the margins there, not getting hit by the Nexus turret, but ultimately that Q is going to fly through the Nexus, hiding the projectile, and take the life of the Vex. So now it's going to be Cali Love and Airbus against the World, but the World is just looking a little bit too strong as Bob the Sled. No, actually, I think that was Amethyst that got the last hit on the Nexus. So, Aramateurs, another 2-0 in their favor, and they await whoever manages to fight their way through the losers bracket. They wait for a game for their opponent. So, we take another short break. We will only have one single game going on at a time, henceforth, so we'll get a little bit of clerical resolution there to see who's playing what, which channels it'll be on, and we'll get it figured out. I will keep you posted, though, so stick around, and you'll find out what's happening next. Thank you for listening, everyone. We'll still be here. Okay, everyone. So, for the final 2 matches of the day, I'm going to be heading over to join our lovely host, the Tournament King himself, over on our main stream. So, if you can head over to twitch.tv/Tournament King, as you can see there in the card, that will be where you find the final 2 matches of the day. Until then, thank you for listening, and I'll see you, I don't know, in a minute when I get over there. Goodbye, everyone.